This world is vast, vast in its geography, yes, but vaster still in the tales it carries, and in how far those tales descend once you start pulling at their threads. Its history rarely announces itself outright. Instead, it drifts to you in fragments, half buried in item descriptions, in the posture of a statue, in a name spoken only once. The world hands you pieces and trusts you to build the shape yourself. Those who wander this land carry a curse of undeath, and the weight of that curse breaks many of them into hollows, husks who forget why they ever kept walking. Long ago, the gods reached into a formless world and lit the first flame, birthing the age of fire and driving back the gray stillness that came before it. That flame does not burn forever. It gutters, and each time it does, someone is called to feed it again, or to let it die and see what rises in its place. One such soul, an undead marked by prophecy, stood at that fork and chose whether the age of fire would continue or whether darkness would finally get its turn. Generations later, another cursed wanderer traced the wreckage of kingdoms built on that same dying flame, thrones and cities that rose only to be pulled back down into the same loop, unable to find a door out of it. Later still, a third soul watched lords who had bent the world to that cycle finally collapse under its weight. And this one, at last, found a way to snap the loop rather than feed it again. But that's the scaffolding. Underneath, it runs something far more tangled, threads that double back on each other, names that mean more the second time you hear them, gods with reasons they never stayed outright. Call it what it is. Secrets stacked on secrets. So tonight, let's sit with this world a while. Its people, its griefs, and its stubborn slivers of hope, and the places where its roots reach further than you'd expect, closer to our own world than you might think. Get comfortable. The night is long, and so is this telling, long enough to carry you all the way to the edge of sleep, where the fire finally gutters and dims. Wanderers navigating the rotting depths of the world often freeze in panic upon encountering a cursed toad. The beast stares back with massive orbs resting atop its skull. Most victims assume they are locking gazes with a lethal predator. This assumption is a clever trick of nature. The actual organs of sight belong to tiny specks of black, concealed quietly beneath those swollen crowns. Ordinary wildlife often uses deceptive markings to frighten away aggressors. The basilisk might rely on the same survival tactic to intimidate travelers. To these creatures, a wandering night might represent both a threat to flee from and a meal to consume. A handful of scholars studying dark artifacts documented an alternate theory regarding these bodily structures. Slaying one of these reptiles occasionally yields a cursed organ known as the Eye of Death. Malicious cultists use this item to spread disaster into neighboring realms. This ritual multiplies the suffering of other adventurers. One particular anatomist argued that the giant sacs on the toad's head function as biological storage for the toxic gas they spit. This scribe believed they were quite literally the eyes of death. This hypothesis falls apart when examining the wildlife of Drangleic. Explorers returning from that specific kingdom describe a mutated breed of the beast. These reptiles possess flat heads devoid of any large growths. They still exhale the exact same cloud of fatality with ease. The deceptive eyes likely serve a purely psychological purpose. They act as a visual warning of the impending doom approaching through the fog. The origins of this beast stretch far back into ancient mythology. Long ago, an old chronicler named Pliny documented the earliest accounts of such a monster in his natural history. He warned his readers of a beast capable of destroying all shrubs as breathed upon, and would even break stone, so tremendous was its noxious influence. His text claimed the creature wielded a gaze that brought immediate ruin to anyone foolish enough to look. The unseen architects of our present worlds clearly drew inspiration from this ancient lore. This mythological foundation explains the sudden appearance of the cursed toads. Their presence serves to honor those archaic legends of the old world. The primary danger of the basilisk lies in its breath. It violently expels a choking fog across the battlefield. Inhaling this substance in sufficient quantities instantly ends the life of the victim. This rapid lethality turns the reptiles into a highly frustrating obstacle for anyone charting the deep ruins. The cruel gods who shaped this world clearly intended to test the resilience of mortals. Those seeking safe retaliation against these pests should travel to the Great Hollow. A strange phenomenon occurs the moment a wanderer steps foot inside the cavernous roots of this area. Without drawing a blade or casting a spell, the traveler suddenly absorbs exactly 400 souls. This specific bounty matches the numerical value of life essence obtained from a slain basilisk. The source of this energy confused travelers for generations. Eventually, an inquisitive mapmaker investigated the physical boundaries of the tree's domain. He looked beyond the visible pathways. He discovered a lone basilisk trapped outside the structural reality of the cavern. This isolated creature is doomed to fall into the abyss and die the precise moment an explorer enters the hollow. The resulting death grants a free harvest to anyone simply walking through the entrance. Two great rulers separated by time and space shared a dark obsession with the essence of life. In the ruined kingdom of Drangleic, a mysterious guide known as the Emerald Herald directs wanderers toward her fallen monarch. She instructs them with a clear directive. Go on and see the king, he who made Drangleic what it once was, he who peered at the essence of the soul, King Vendrick. King Vendrick refused to merely observe this energy. he forced raw souls to animate stone golems. He then used these hulking constructs to build his massive castle, leaving the dormant statues scattered across his lands long after the work finished. Far away in a different age, a pale dragon named Seath engaged in similar practices. Born without the stony armor of his immortal kin, Seath grew obsessed with finding a way to cheat death. He eventually secured his prize by claiming a primordial crystal. This artifact granted him eternal life, yet the magic completely shattered his mind. Both of these lords manipulated souls to forge artificial creations. Seath even birthed a glowing, magical butterfly entirely from harvested life energy. Curious scholars studying the remnants of these kingdoms noticed a strange pattern of unseen sounds. Wherever individuals gather massive amounts of forbidden lore or manipulated souls, distinct murmurs fill the air. A prominent theory suggests these hushed tones are actual fragments of fractured souls trying to communicate with the living. The souls used to power Vendrick's golems or Seath's creations might be crying out in confusion. Another camp of researchers believes the voices are a natural consequence of amassing hidden knowledge. Absorbing hidden truths often pushes a mortal mind toward insanity, even while granting the user power to achieve higher goals. Scholars studying distant, blood-soaked lands note a similar reaction when individuals consume skulls containing forbidden insight. Unseen voices speak to those who ingest such cursed knowledge. Seath hoarded mountains of restricted texts inside his sprawling library. The sheer volume of this dark literature likely accelerated his descent into madness as the voices overwhelmed him. A similar phenomenon occurs deep inside a mansion basement in the coastal town of Magilla. A map of the continent rests down there in the dark. Phantom voices mutter continuously in the corners of that cellar. This location lends some support to the theory that hoarding secrets generates unseen speech, though a simple map provides a rather weak connection to such powerful magic. The library of the Pale Dragon holds an even darker secret than forbidden books. After losing his sanity, Seath dispatched his 6-eyed mages to abduct innocent women from neighboring lands. These servants dragged countless maidens back to the archives and locked them inside a large metal cage. The dragon then subjected these prisoners to cruel flesh mutations. Visitors wandering the lower prison levels often encounter blue creatures covered in tentacles. These ruined beasts weep softly while pacing the damp corridors. Slaying 2 specific crying monsters yields a holy blessing known as bountiful sunlight. This specific prayer belongs exclusively to the followers of Guinevere. The item proves these mutated beasts were once devoted handmaidens serving the royal family. Listeners often assume the constant murmuring heard throughout the library belongs to the spirits of these ruined women begging for justice. This assumption falters when comparing the hidden speech across different realms. The identical hushed speaking occurs in Drangleic. The maidens living in that specific kingdom never suffered the horrors inflicted by the dragon. Therefore, the tortured prisoners likely do not produce these sounds. This pattern of hidden speech extends far beyond royal libraries and dusty basements. The entire rotting world constantly tries to break the courage of anyone walking its paths. The quiet moments hold the most fear for lonely travelers. If a knight simply stands still and listens to the surrounding air, the illusion of isolation quickly shatters. Invisible boots pace heavily across empty stone floors. The ragged breathing of the explorer suddenly sounds unnaturally loud in the empty space, mixed with sighs from unseen spectators. Traveling through the misty trees of the shaded woods introduces wanderers to a different kind of assault on the mind. Ceramic jars left in the dirt emit sharp laughter as explorers walk past them. The unseen architects of this land rely heavily on sound to build tension and wear down the minds of travelers. The environment actively weaponizes silence to ensure no one ever feels completely safe in the dark. The ruined kingdom of Drangleic conceals a tragic population of unseen bodies. Transparent husks sit slumped against brick walls across the continent. These figures never raise a weapon. They refuse to engage in combat, even when struck by a passing knight. Their entire existence revolves around sitting in the shadows. They exist purely in a state of quiet sadness. A traveler can only spot them by igniting a torch to cut through the gloom. If an explorer equips a charmed ring designed to amplify hidden speech, the inner thoughts of these silent beings become audible. Slaying these passive entities yields a heavy pouch of rare treasures. The true origins of these hidden figures puzzle anyone who stumbles upon them. A compelling explanation for their transparency connects to an ancient magic from the lost civilization of Ulasil. Long ago, mages developed a spell called Hidden Body. The spellcasters crafted this magic to slip past guards undetected. This sorcery successfully concealed the user from sight. The old texts warn that perfect concealment remains impossible due to the risk of physical dissipation. A user must remain motionless to blend into their surroundings without losing their form. The unseen sufferers in Drangleic perfectly mimic this behavior by refusing to move an inch. This condition operates purely as a permanent trap. It offers no benefit to the afflicted. They sit frozen in place. They wait patiently for a merciful blade to finally sever their ties to the waking world. Other historians point fingers toward a figure known as the Scholar of the First Sin. Lord Aldea locked himself inside a massive estate to conduct cruel trials on living subjects. The scholar possessed a relentless curiosity regarding the nature of life. He spared no expense and showed no morality in his quest for answers. The lore attached to a weapon named the Spitfire Spear mentions how this master isolated himself to perform strange experiments. It specifically notes that invited guests vanished entirely. Some readers assumed Aldea accidentally wiped these test subjects from visual existence during a botched trial. He vanished forever near the entrance to the undead crypt. Naturally, some assume he dumped his failed experiments there on his way down into the dark. This idea crumbles under closer scrutiny. A grand total of 30 invisible figures litter the continent. A large cluster rests peacefully inside the crypt itself. That specific tomb serves as a sanctuary for the dead, making it an odd location to discard trash. Deeper research reveals the spear's engraving actually describes mutated beasts roaming the halls. It makes zero mention of transparent victims. A simpler explanation suggests these quiet figures represent the absolute limit of losing one's mind. As cursed individuals lose their memories over centuries, their physical form begins to deteriorate. Some believe that extended decay eventually erases the body from the visible spectrum entirely. This idea requires a massive leap of logic. The biology of a cursed human follows a different path. As bodies lose their humanity, they tend to petrify and sprout thick branches. They eventually transform into solid wood. Fading into thin air contradicts this established biological process. While Drangleic hides unseen bodies, the golden city of Anor Londo hides unseen sounds. At first glance, this realm of deities shows a convincing illusion of peace. The grand cathedral stands tall against the sky. Sunlight bathes the pristine architecture. A gentle breeze flows across the empty bridges. Yet, a patient listener standing quietly on those grand staircases will notice something wrong. The background audio of this deserted realm contains the distinct sounds of a bustling society. Heavy doors creak open. Armored boots march firmly across stone pathways. No living souls occupy these spaces. The streets remain entirely barren. Why do these phantom sounds play on a continuous loop? The erratic flow of time across this world provides one possible answer. Eras clash together constantly. These noises might belong to a prosperous age when humans and deities occupied the capital. The bustling activity of the past simply bleeds into the silent present. Another theory suggests these heavy steps belong to countless fallen knights. The spirits of dead warriors might be trapped in a cruel cycle. They endlessly march through the city long after their bodies turn to ash. A third possibility involves the Dark Sun, Gwendolyn. He constructed a massive network of visual tricks to make the abandoned capital appear vibrant. Adding the subtle sounds of movement and closing gates serves as a brilliant addition to his grand deception. Deep below the crust of Drangleic lies a rotting pit known as the gutter. This lightless chasm serves as a dumping ground for the unwanted refuse of the world. Scavengers picking through the filth occasionally uncover items that defy all logic. These objects seem to belong to a completely different reality. An explorer examining a wooden pillar deep in the muck discovered a strange black ring. This heavy object resembled a wheel. However, its makers forged it from an unknown, flexible material instead of wood or iron. Historians tracing the origin of this wheel linked it to an abandoned project of the gods. The unseen creators of the realm originally designed a massive chariot. They eventually threw the blueprints away and tossed the spare parts into the darkness. The anomalies do not stop there. Further down inside the Grave of Saints, travelers report seeing parallel ruts carved into the dirt. These grooves perfectly match the shape of the strange black wheel. Nearby, someone found a scrap of paper buried in the mud. It bore the green crest of a foreign tavern brew, completely alien to the inhabitants of this land. A few tavern patrons joke that madmen must be steering invisible carriages through the dark while highly intoxicated. The truth is much simpler. The creators who shaped this land simply scooped up debris from other realities to fill their world. They never stopped to inspect what they were throwing into it. Far above these filthy depths sits a sanctuary of stone and wind. Archdragon Peak rests high above the clouds of Lothric. Cultists built this mountain fortress to worship the ancient rulers of the sky. The architecture draws heavy inspiration from the rounded domes and carved pillars of a distant Eastern empire. The builders wanted the fortress to feel incredibly old. They succeeded, yet they also left behind a confusing piece of history. A silent monk with rotting skin sits near a roaring bonfire at the entrance of the temple. This figure rests his back against a large slab of rock covered in an elaborate script. Linguists spent countless hours trying to translate the strange symbols carved into that stone. The results shocked everyone who read them. The text had absolutely nothing to do with dragons, magic, or the history of Lothric. The translated words told a mundane story from a dry desert kingdom. The carving detailed the immense frustration of a foreign official. This leader oversaw a network of iron transport vehicles. He was expressing deep anger over massive delays in constructing a healing ward for his workers. This bizarre message feels entirely out of place in a land of beasts and miracles. Some scholars wonder if this mountain is actually the rotting future of that specific desert civilization, left behind after humanity collapsed. A more logical explanation points back to the unseen architects of the world. The creators likely copied a random piece of writing from a forgotten desert empire. They pasted it onto the rocks to give the courtyard an ancient atmosphere. They ignored the actual meaning of the words entirely. foreign writing carved into the courtyard slab represents merely one odd stone resting on the mountain. A much deadlier piece of rock waits further up the path. A heavily armored warrior stands guard over the rotting corpse of a wyvern. This fighter wears gear chiseled from solid boulders. He swings a massive club chipped from the jaw of an ancient beast. Anyone familiar with the history of the Old Kingdom immediately recognizes the uniform. It belongs to the followers of Havel the Rock. The legendary bishop once stood as a loyal friend to Lord Gwyn. Finding his armor so close to the sky raises major questions about his final days. A bold historical theory suggests the bishop entirely abandoned his loyalty to the crown. Following a bitter dispute, he traveled up the mountain to hunt down the exiled heir of Anor Londo. This outcast royal was Gwyn's firstborn son. The bishop arrived with violence in mind. He soon experienced a change of heart. He laid down his weapon and formed an alliance with the disgraced prince. He made peace with the flying reptiles he previously swore to crush. The guard watching over the dead wyvern serves as proof of this new allegiance. What caused such a loyal friend to betray the king? The answer lies in a deep hatred for sorcery. Havel despised magic. He specifically hated Seath, the Scaleless. He dedicated his life to inventing miracles to counter crystal spells. Lord Gwyn ignored this rivalry entirely. The king granted the Pale Dragon a royal title and absolute freedom to conduct foul research. This decision shattered the friendship between the monarch and the priest. The bishop began plotting a violent coup. Explorers mapping the golden city of Anor Londo discovered a secret room containing his heavy armor. A dark wooden club rests right beside the gear. The blacksmiths of the old world forged these specific occult weapons for a singular purpose. They used them to hunt down the gods. Havel was clearly planning a divine assassination. Some researchers argue the bishop abandoned the assassination plot and marched straight toward the Pale Dragon instead. A glowing orb containing a great hero soul sits abandoned on the floor of the crystal caves. This energy might be the only surviving trace of the famous warrior after Seath crushed him. A stranger legend claims the priest walked right past the caves. He marched down into the roots of the earth until he reached an endless beach. He decided to embrace a wild metamorphosis. He transformed into the stone dragon resting on those pale sands. The unseen architects of this land decreed that ancient beasts exist as half-living tissue and half-element. They feel no pain. Havel merged his flesh with the landscape. The spell Great Magic Barrier lies discarded on that exact beach, leaving a clear trail of his journey. Early sketches of his famous weapon show it was originally a broken horn. The sleeping beast on the beach is missing a horn. A few wandering scholars try to link this sleeping beast to the shrine of Amana. They point to the Archdrake pilgrims annoying travelers in those waters. A shield found their mentions waking a slumbering beast. These clues remain incredibly weak. The creatures in those different realms share absolutely zero physical similarities. This massive web of treason and transformation leaves a glaring hole in the history books. A hollowed madman wearing the rock armor rots inside a locked watchtower back in the upper settlements. The key to that heavy door mentions a rumor. It speaks of a hero turned hollow, locked away by a dear friend for his own good. Most travelers naturally assume Lord Gwyn tossed the rebellious bishop into that cell to prevent an uprising. A closer inspection reveals a brilliant deception. The hollow drops a heavy ring upon death. The lore etched into this band states that the bishop's men wore these rings to carry heavier loads. The leader possessed immense natural strength. He never needed such a trinket to lift his gear. The bishop likely tossed one of his own loyal guards into that cell. He faked his own imprisonment and started the rumor himself. This clever trick allowed him to slip away into the shadows unnoticed. He left behind a convincing decoy while he marched off to fulfill his true destiny. A massive stronghold blocks the only path leading up to the golden capital of Anorlando. Travelers refer to this deadly gauntlet as Sen's fortress. It operates as a brutal testing ground. The building features swinging pendulum blades over narrow bridges. It contains heavy rolling boulders that crush anyone walking up the main stairs. Hidden dart mechanisms shoot poison into the backs of careless explorers. The ancient gods constructed this maze to filter out weak champions. They wanted only the strongest mortals to reach their city. Strangely, almost nobody in the current age knows who actually designed the place. An old blacksmith from Astora and a primordial serpent are the only beings alive who still speak the name Sen. This extreme rarity of knowledge suggests the ruling class actively tried to scrub the creator from public memory. Linguists often argue the title is simply a misunderstanding. In an Eastern dialect, the word Sen translates directly to the number 1000. These scholars claim the structure should actually be called the House of 1,000 Traps. Older manuscripts completely debunk this idea. The original texts clearly label the stronghold as Sen's old castle. This phrasing proves the title refers to a specific individual. A small group of researchers points to a weapon craftsman named Eddies. Eddies invented a unique crossbow called the Avalon. This wooden device fires 3 metal bolts at once. The pressure plates inside the fortress trigger wall traps that use this exact same firing mechanism. Furthermore, the geometric patterns engraved on the Avalon closely match the armor of a crystal knight roaming the Grand Library. These scholars suggest Eddies built the castle and eventually took the name Sen. This logic fails to explain why a successful inventor would suddenly abandon his identity. The true architect likely held a much higher rank in the royal family. A closer inspection of the fortress reveals a heavy military influence. Lifeless statues of silver knights line the dusty halls. Army commanders probably used these stone figures as practice targets for living recruits to hone their skills. The royal military once answered directly to a legendary god of war. This deity inherited the sunlight of the great king, Lord Gwyn himself. He fought with miraculous yellow lightning. Deep inside the fortress, a monstrous chest guards a singular lightning spear. This holy weapon heavily implies the war god personally oversaw the facility. A wandering noble named Rickard also left his signature rapier inside these walls. Explorers later discovered an identical rapier resting high on the stones of Archdragon Peak. The exiled prince currently rules that mountain domain, linking the two locations together. The royal family erased the firstborn from history following a massive betrayal. The prince originally served as a ruthless dragon slayer. He led the charge against the ancient beasts. At some point, he laid down his weapons. He formed a peaceful alliance with the flying reptiles. The king punished this foolishness by stripping him of his divine status entirely. The monarch ordered his son's name removed from all records and monuments. This total banishment explains why the master of the training fortress remains anonymous. The facility lost its true title, leaving only fragments of a forgotten identity. The banished prince eventually became known as the Nameless King. Historians constantly search for his birth name. A clue might lie in the distant kingdom of Feroza. The elite lion knights of this land worshipped a war deity named Faram. They wore heavy armor blessed by this specific god. The metal helmet of this uniform features an interesting engraving. The artwork shows a brave knight locked in combat with a winged beast. This imagery perfectly matches the early career of the firstborn before his rebellion. Furthermore, the lion knights carried a wooden shield painted with an unusual symbol. Texts describe this painted pattern as the mark of a mad god worshipped in remote regions. The exiled prince clearly fits the description of an outcast deity. However, Faram could easily be a regional moniker rather than his actual birth name. The warriors of Feroza likely invented that title to honor their patron. They needed a way to refer to the war god after the Golden Capital successfully destroyed his real identity. The true name of the firstborn remains lost to time. An old merchant sits quietly in a long, dark corridor of the sunless shrine. She wears red robes. She sells basic supplies to anyone bold enough to walk through the lightless halls. Travelers familiar with the fully lit sanctuary recognize this frail woman instantly. She manages the exact same storefront in both realms. A strange interaction happens if a knight speaks to her hidden counterpart before ever greeting her bathed in the sunlight. Upon finally returning to the brightly lit temple, saying hello, she briefly hesitates, as though she recognizes the knight from an earlier meeting, before dismissing the thought. This brief slip carries immense weight. The old woman clearly remembers a face from an ancient meeting. She recognized the knight from her days sitting in the dark. Furthermore, she occasionally offers a rare bottle of glowing water called a hidden blessing. Explorers can scavenge this exact same holy water from the mud of the lightless valley. She likely pocketed this treasure during her time in the shadows to sell it centuries later. This merchant's memory serves as strong evidence that the Sunless Valley actually exists in a forgotten era of the past. Dedicated historians meticulously compared this shadowy realm to the familiar cemetery of Ash. They discovered striking differences in the physical landscape. A thick stone box rests at the beginning of the journey. In the current era, a warrior of Ash rises from this empty stone, begin their quest. If a traveler visits this exact location in the trapped darkness, the box is occupied. A lifeless corpse sleeps peacefully inside the dirt. Devout wardens patrol the surrounding paths. They wield sharp blades and actively protect the resting dead from intruders. The entire area operates as a functioning cemetery. It has not yet succumbed to the mindless decay seen in the modern age. The most tragic figure roaming this ancient graveyard is a massive warrior encased in iron. He guards the main gates. Records call him Champion Gundyr. This giant arrived at the burial grounds with a singular mission to link the fire. He showed up entirely too late. The bell of awakening remained completely silent. The fire inside the temple had already turned to cold ash. His armor engravings reveal an unnamed stranger appeared from the shadows and defeated him in combat. Following this humiliating loss, the giant willingly turned his own body into a living scabbard. He allowed a coiled sword to pierce his chest. He stood perfectly still for generations. He waited for a worthy soul to finally ignite the flames. This lore connects directly to the present day. When a newly resurrected warrior walks through the sunny cemetery, they encounter a rusted giant kneeling in the center of an arena. A coiled blade pins him to the earth. The stranger pulls the blade out, waking the beast for a brutal fight. This enemy goes by the name Eudex Gundyr. In a dead language, the word Eudex translates to a juror, or one who judges. The timeline of events becomes perfectly clear. The unnamed stranger who defeated the proud champion in the past was actually the time-traveling explorer. The giant lost his title of champion on that exact day. He adopted the title of judge. He spent the next several centuries testing the strength of any fool trying to reach the room of the thrones. This rusted giant kneeling in this particular place serves as a relic of a forgotten era. This trapped pocket of history leads wandering scholars to look upward at the blinding sunlight of the dragon sanctuary. The atmosphere above the modern kingdom of Lothric bleeds a sickly light. The high mountain fortress enjoys a flawless afternoon. Certain historians argue this extreme, whether difference proves the sanctuary also exists within a fractured piece of history. They believe the peak sits inside a frozen bubble of the past, completely shielded from the current rotting age. Evidence scattered across the stonework supports a strong link between the royal capital and these high peaks. Identical crests decorate the walls of both domains. The old military records offer a deeper clue. Clay vessels used for hurling lightning carry an interesting engraving. The text states the royal guard originally hunted the winged reptiles. Eventually, these soldiers learned to domesticate their prey. The mountain ruins likely served as the primary breeding ground for these beasts. Because the stonework is crumbling and broken, this era of cooperation must belong to a recently past age instead of a truly ancient epoch. The idea of a time-displaced fortress faces a major physical hurdle. When an explorer sits on the prison rug and enters a deep trance, they lose their vision. However, they retain their hearing. A distinct noise breaks the silence during this blind journey. The beating of giant wings and a sharp screech fill the air. This sound strongly suggests a massive wyvern physically swoops down, picks up the meditating traveler, and flies them to a physical location. If the fortress exists in the normal world, the beautiful atmosphere requires a different explanation. A popular theory points to a massive magical deception. The exiled war god rules this domain. As the eldest son of the royal family, he commands immense power. His youngest sibling once cast a massive spell over the golden capital of Anorlando, creating a fake sun to hide the empty streets. The firstborn might employ an identical trick. The beautiful weather could be nothing more than a giant painting hung over the sky to hide the miserable reality of the dying world. This clever idea falls apart during combat. Slaying the illusionist in Anorlando instantly shatters the fake daylight. The city plunges into darkness immediately. Defeating the nameless king produces zero environmental changes. The ruler falls to the ground, yet the clouds remain white and the sky stays perfectly blue. The sunlight is entirely real. Furthermore, we can easily explain the strange overlapping features between the sunny peak and the pitch-black graveyard without relying on time travel. King Osiros descended into total madness trying to mimic the flying reptiles. He mutated his own flesh. He wore rings forged from hard scales. Naturally, his personal garden and the hidden tombs below it would attract the exact same snake-headed guards found on the mountain. The mad monarch simply imported the culture of the peak into his own backyard. The shared architecture and matching enemies stem from a blind obsession, completely independent of shifting timelines. pair of ruined, sightless eyes rests inside the pitch-black valley. These shriveled organs once belonged to the earliest woman who tended the bonfire. Bringing these blind spheres to a frail, crowned lord named Ludleth of Curland triggers a heavy reaction. He immediately recognizes them as belonging to her. He remarks that it feels as though it were only yesterday, and recalls that they did everything they could to spare her from those dark eyes, despite everything that has happened since. This confession paints a clear picture. The frail lord speaks of a distant era. The lightless valley operates as a physical memory of old times. A few wandering scribes argue the exact opposite. They claim the dark cemetery belongs to a doomed tomorrow, showing a timeline where the fire finally starves. When a traveler pulls the steel out of the rusted giant at the cemetery gate, the beast wakes up for combat. Killing him yields absolutely no life energy. He drops no soul. Some guess this lack of energy means he survived his earlier defeat, slowly purged the black sickness from his body, and returned to a dead camp. Additionally, travelers find a broken blade near the cold ashes. The metal reads that it fulfilled its duty ages ago. People assume this proves a future where the cycle finally broke. The missing energy has a much easier answer, however. The time-traveling explorer already claimed the giant's power during their first clash in the dark. A far more disturbing idea exists regarding the modern sanctuary. What if the Black Valley is the actual current reality? The cozy, brightly lit shrine we constantly retreat to might be a massive lie. A knight can physically march on foot from the Mad King's courtyard directly down into the dark tomb. They cannot walk to the warm sanctuary. Reaching the light requires magic travel. This implies the warm temple is a fabricated safe haven hiding the ugly truth of a starved world. Still, a petty thief named Grerat pokes a hole in this nightmare. When a knight frees him from a cage high up on the castle wall, the crook mentions hearing a loud chime, revealing that, judging by the bell, the knight must be one of the unkindled ash. The ringing reaches the physical city streets. This proves the warm fire-link shrine physically exists nearby, sharing the exact same air as the kingdom. Hearing a loud chime signals a shift in our journey. It calls us toward the high towers of a different continent. While exploring the fallen lands of Drangleic, travelers constantly try to shake a feeling of being tracked. A heavy gaze watches every step. The main culprit behind this stalking is a massive, floating knight. He drifts above the dirt, carrying a thick blade. He exists solely to execute anyone carrying the dark mark. Slaying him offers only brief relief. He always returns, completely unharmed, ready to strike again. Who rests under that cold steel? A popular legend claims this hunter is the original champion from an ancient era. The story goes that the old hero who conquered the first flame finally lost his mind. He forgot his name and his glory, retaining only a blind urge to slay the cursed. Another version of this myth says he intentionally ushered in an era of shadows, and now hunts anyone trying to restart the fire. The lore carved into his massive sword fuels these rumors. The stele states he murders the cursed to pay for a massive sin. He treats every kill as a desperate apology. A brutal encounter inside a royal throne room shatters this lone hero myth completely. A knight wandering through the castle during a second, more difficult journey will face a terrifying sight. Two of these floating executioners appear out of thin air at the exact same time. This ambush proves the title of the hunter belongs to an entire military unit, not a single legendary figure. Scholars studying foreign texts and old armor designs reveal a much darker reality. In older dialects, their title translates to a group of individuals bound by magic. They do not hunt by choice. A powerful spell forces them to track their prey. The metal shell holds no living flesh. It acts as a cage for angry ghosts. Trapped malice squirms heavily beneath the iron plates. These warriors absorb the bitter anger of every victim they chop down. The countless deaths they inflict serve a vile purpose, feeding the rotting spirits locked inside their own gear. The Dragon School of Vinheim projects an image of prestigious learning, but a deep sickness festers beneath its polished floors. This academy maintains tight control over its scholars through a network of hidden operatives. A spell developed there, known simply as Hush, openly mocks the pristine reputation of the town by declaring it harbors countless dark secrets. We can easily verify these sinister rumors by examining the outcasts wandering foreign lands. Deep inside the flooded ruins of New Londo, a trapped blacksmith named Rickard refuses to speak about his life back at the academy. A much deadlier alumnus roams the road of sacrifices in a later era. This mage, named Orbeck, openly confesses his past to travelers, admitting that he once worked as a hired killer for the school, even if the formal title of assassin was mostly just a technicality. With the knowledge that the academy employs trained killers, a supposedly innocent student named Griggs falls under heavy suspicion. When a wandering knight kicks open a locked door in the lower settlements, they find this young mage waiting inside a cramped room. A corpse wearing identical robes rests crammed inside a wooden barrel nearby. The dead man clearly suffered a violent end. Griggs stands there without a single scratch on his flesh. This survival seems incredibly strange. When freed, he claims to have a highly important task to complete, which represents a rather odd way to describe a simple study trip. His chosen wardrobe raises even more red flags for anyone familiar with the Dragon School. He dresses entirely in the black sorcerer uniform. The Academy issues this specific garment exclusively to agents who utilize sound-based magic to to remain undetected. He also hides a slumbering dragon crest ring on his finger. This jewelry mutes all footsteps and belongs solely to the most secretive operatives of the Royal Magic Council. If Griggs operates as an assassin, he clearly has a target in mind. He aggressively shadows an elderly legend of the soul arts known as Big Hat Logan. This old scholar continuously journeys through dangerous territories, seeking forgotten lore. He frequently ends up sitting behind iron bars due to his careless wandering. During one such stint in a cell, the old man vents his frustration to his rescuers, explaining that the endless confinement is wearing down his mind, and that the lack of activity feels completely oppressive. The student relentlessly pursues the old master from one hazard to the next. When a knight questions him about this obsessive tracking, the young man explains that his motivation for seeking the old man comes entirely from his own personal conceit. The word conceit carries a dual meaning in this context. It can describe a massive ego, suggesting the student simply believes he deserves to inherit the magic of the master. Alternatively, the word can mean a fabricated fiction. He might be openly admitting that his identity as a loyal student is a complete cover story. He could be plotting to execute the old man before the master shares academy secrets with outsiders. He might merely be taking notes to send back home to the school leaders. Despite the overwhelming evidence pointing toward a sinister assassination plot, the young student might simply be a jealous admirer. The old master possessed massive prestige back home. Even his title holds a hidden layer of tragedy. In an ancient dialect of the Northern Highlanders, the name Logan translates to a little hollow. This makes his moniker essentially mean big hat, little hollow. Orbeck himself confirms the massive shadow the old man cast over the school. When a traveler hands Orbeck a written record of the old master's work, the former killer breaks his usual cold demeanor to marvel at the parchment. He expresses absolute shock at the discovery, noting the immense value of holding the lost writings of such a masterful and legendary figure right in his own hands. This glowing reaction proves the Academy truly revered the old man. Therefore, it remains highly possible that Griggs never harbored murderous intent. The dark secrets of Vinheim might involve other matters entirely. The young man could just be an overly eager follower, completely blinded by idol worship, constantly chasing a genius he could never hope to equal. Deep within a toxic swamp, explorers constantly stumble upon relics belonging to a forgotten kingdom. This flooded forest goes by the name Farron Keep. The muddy waters hide a golden scroll detailing ancient sorcery. Scholars dressed in yellow robes once traveled here specifically to study these lost magical arts. Wanderers picking through the deep mud also find a distinct leather hat and a curved hunting bow once carried by a famous archer named Ferris. The most heartbreaking discovery sits quietly on a small island of dry dirt. A giant, lifeless mushroom rests there. Scholars identify this creature as Elizabeth. She served as a devoted caretaker for a royal child named Princess Dusk. The fungal guardian died watching over a delicate feathered crown. All these scattered artifacts point directly to the lost realm of Ulasil. The landscape of this region suffered multiple violent changes over the centuries. Before turning into a poisonous bog, the area existed as a tangled thicket called the Darkroot Garden. The name served as a literal description of the corrupted soil. A spreading darkness stained the plants, pushing further back into ancient history. This exact soil supported a magnificent hunting ground known as the Royal Wood. A time-traveling warrior holding a shattered pendant once managed to walk through those pristine trees. This traveler arrived just in time to witness a massive tragedy. A creature named Manus had created a consuming void. This spreading blackness slowly swallowed the entire civilization. The wildlife occupying this valley transformed alongside the trees. During the oldest recorded era, a flying beast named Calamite claimed the lower basin. A legendary archer named Hawkeye Goff often warned others about the immense power of this black dragon. Stories paint Calamite as a cyclops. A glowing orange orb sits right in the center of his forehead. This single feature terrified the locals. In truth, the beast possesses two normal eyes hidden on the sides of his face. The massive central orb functions entirely as a magical weapon. During combat, the monster uses this glowing jewel to curse his prey. The spell forces victims to suffer double the physical damage from any incoming attack. Slaying the beast yields a small ring containing this exact same orange stone. Centuries after the dragon died, a massive serpent with multiple heads claimed the exact same lake. Explorers call this beast a hydra. A second identical monster swims in the deep waters of Ash Lake. A strange myth suggests these multi-headed serpents sprout naturally from the rotting bones of dead dragons. The physical differences between a winged reptile and a water serpent make this theory highly unlikely. They merely share a preference for the same watery habitats. The fall of the ancient kingdom dragged a legendary knight into madness. Artorias marched into the spreading darkness, hoping to kill Manus. He failed. The void infected his mind and destroyed his body. Travelers exploring the ruined Colosseum eventually found the corrupted knight pacing the arena. He swung his heavy blade wildly. His left arm hung completely useless at his side. He lacked his famous silver shield. This broken limb sparked a massive debate among military historians. Countless scholars argue the knight actually favored his left hand for combat. Centuries later, fighters in the realm of Drangleic claimed a holy weapon called the majestic greatsword. The local folklore insisted every single person who inherited this blade left-handed. Warriors, swinging that specific steel with their left arm, magically mimic the spinning strikes of the fallen knight. The archivists of Lothric completely dismiss this idea. They hold a weapon called the Wolf Knight Greatsword. Their texts record absolutely no preference for a dominant hand. The ancient Drangleic stories specifically mention the heirs of the sword favored their left side. They never confirm the original owner did the same. The descendants simply subscribed to an old myth and altered their fighting styles to match a rumor. The physical armor worn by the corrupted knight provides a massive clue regarding his fighting style. He wears a heavy metal plate over his left shoulder. His right shoulder remains entirely exposed. Blacksmiths fiercely debate the purpose of this design. Some argue a fighter places heavy plating on their shield arm to reinforce their defense. Others point to fast duelists who leave their swinging arm unarmored to maximize their strike speed. A third camp suggests a right-handed swordsman naturally exposes their left side to the enemy, requiring extra metal on that flank to block incoming strikes. A tragic battlefield decision easily explains the broken limb. During his violent clash with Manus, the knight suffered a crushing blow to his left side. The injury shattered his arm bones completely. He could no longer lift his heavy metal defense. Instead of dying in the dark, he abandoned his mission to save his closest friend. He traveled alongside a young wolf named Sif. The wounded knight used his magical shield to form a protective barrier around the animal. He walked into the Colosseum holding his sword in his right hand. His left arm swung freely in the wind, ruined by the darkness, while his loyal wolf slept safely behind a wall of magic. A tired knight exploring a forgotten dungeon often rejoices at the sight of a wooden chest. This relief quickly turns to panic when the box suddenly snaps open. A massive tongue rolls out from a mouth lined with sharp teeth. These deceptive beasts punish the greedy. Sometimes, killing one of these monsters yields a heavy, teeth-filled helmet known as the symbol of avarice. The word avarice represents a complete inability to stop hoarding wealth. Old records state a massive clan of thieves suffered a permanent curse for this exact sin. Their physical transformation into a living wooden box serves as a permanent brand for their crimes. The origins of this strange curse trace back to the lost civilization of Ulasil. The mages of this land invented a clever spell called chameleon. This magic allowed a person to perfectly mimic the shape of a clay pot, a stone pillar, or a wooden barrel. A rogue group of magic users likely abused this spell to steal from the rich. They transformed their bodies into empty treasure chests and sat in the corners of wealthy estates. They simply waited patiently for unsuspecting nobles to place gold and jewels directly into their hidden mouths. The dark magic of eventually locked them inside this wooden shape forever. A rare event occasionally happens on the ruined streets of Ulasil that highlights the tragedy of this curse. If one of the mutated local residents spots a breathing wooden chest, they stop walking. The resident points a finger at the box and erupts into mocking laughter. They actively taunt the cursed thieves for their past sins. This behavior holds a massive amount of irony. The residents laughing at the chests suffer from an equally horrifying physical mutation. Travelers call these laughing citizens bloatheads. Pieces of torn clothing and armor still hang from their bodies, proving they used to be completely normal families and merchants. A spreading black void entirely consumed their humanity and warped their skulls into swollen masses. The father of the abyss, a creature named Manus, caused this widespread ruin. The resulting bloatheads share striking physical similarities with the chest monsters they mock. Both creatures rely on wild, frantic movements to kill anyone who crosses their path. They both lost their minds to the darkness. The entire civilization brought this doom upon its own head. A mysterious stranger named Marvelous Chester constantly reminds travelers of this harsh fact. A magical rift dragged this man backward through time, pulling him from a distant future era and trapping him in the dying town. He feels absolutely no sympathy for the screaming, mutated residents. He knows exactly how the kingdom signed its own death warrant. He places the blame entirely on the greed of the rulers, explaining that they were deceived by a two-faced serpent, disturbed the grave of the primeval man, and provoked his furious wrath. The leaders listened to a liar, dug up a sleeping giant, and destroyed their own world in the process. Discarded on the polished marble floor of the royal cathedral, heavy plates of black metal rest tucked away in a quiet corner, next to a massive landscape painting. The white-robed monks patrolling this specific room lack the physical strength required to lift such burdensome gear or drag a body of that immense size. The original owner clearly crawled into that shadowed corner and died on his own terms. The chosen undead eventually discovers this abandoned gear, recognizing it as the legendary armor of Black Iron Tarkus. This commander led the infantry troops from the fallen kingdom of Drangleic. These soldiers possessed immense muscle and wore the thickest steel ever forged by human hands. Tarkus stood as the absolute peak of their military might. He swung a sword the size of a standard man, and nobody in the known world could match his raw power or his unyielding determination. Stepping into the snowy wasteland trapped inside the canvas requires the chosen undead to clutch a wooden toy. The architects of this painted prison demand the peculiar doll as a strict form of tribute to grant passage. Yet, an entire military squad clearly bypassed this rule. Highly trained soldiers currently roam those painted snowdrifts, holding military formations and fighting with an organized ferocity far beyond the behavior of mindless hollows. Furthermore, one lone Drangleic knight stands perfectly still on a stone bridge deep inside the painting, staring continuously into a wall of white fog where a half-breed creature hides. She dominates her snowy domain using perfect camouflage, turning completely invisible while swinging a sharp scythe to harvest intruders. Military strategists believe Tarkus led an expedition straight into the snow, ordering his men to secure the perimeter before boldly marching into the mist to face the ruler. He likely offered something far more valuable than a doll to gain initial entry. Once inside, the unseen blade sliced deep into his flesh before he could raise his famous shield. Bleeding heavily from the surprise attack, the wounded commander ordered a retreat, managed to drag his ruined body back out through the barrier of the canvas, and finally collapsed in the corner of the cathedral. The lone knight left behind on the bridge watched his leader fall through the threshold, and the sheer grief shattered his mind. He stands there eternally, waiting for a rescue that will never happen. Rumors of a pathetic accident sharply contradict this heroic tragedy. Some historians claim the giant warrior simply lost his footing. To reach the cathedral floor, intruders must cross wooden beams high up in the vaulted ceiling. Certain scholars believe a throwing knife tossed by the defending monks caused him to lose his balance, assuming he plummeted to the marble below and died on impact. The monks then supposedly dragged him to the corner. This idea feels entirely foolish. He successfully marched across identical paths back in Sen's fortress, while dodging swinging axes. Small blades glancing off his heavy armor would never break his solid footing. Pessimism clouds the judgment of a defeated vendor sitting in the mud of that lower stronghold, leading him to spread an even bigger lie regarding the expedition. This merchant aggressively warns the chosen undead that the Black Knight never reached the city, and insists that anyone attempting the journey will simply be eaten alive. The vendor ignores reality completely. High up in the cathedral walls sits a broken window. Certain archivists guess the iron golem guarding the fortress threw the night miles into the air, forcefully depositing his body inside the church like a thrown stone. Simple summoning rituals disprove this wild theory completely. Calling upon the phantom of Tarkus during the rooftop battle reveals his true power. The spirit easily destroys the Iron Giant single-handedly, never needing any assistance from the chosen undead to win the fight. He battered the gatekeeper into scrap metal and walked into the city of gods entirely on his own 2 feet. The snowy prison that claimed the life of the Drangleic commander holds deep mysteries beyond invisible scythes. The painted world of Ariamus functions as a frozen dumping ground for rejected creations and unwanted outcasts. Long before laying the stones of the modern era, the unseen architects drafted initial blueprints of reality to contain the spreading curse. They sketched out rough ideas for a grand, inescapable prison, and eventually threw the unfinished designs away because they deemed the concepts too cruel. These discarded fragments of creation washed up inside the canvas. This hidden origin explains why the snowy realm feels strangely familiar to the chosen undead. The architecture mirrors the exact same ruins where their grand journey first began. Comparing the canvas to the undead asylum reveals undeniable connections. The entire landscape reeks of punishment and suffering. Identical iron cages hang from the rotting stonework. Madmen carrying burning torches roam the snowy courtyards. The chosen undead easily recognizes these frantic attacks and hollowed faces from their own days spent rotting inside the northern mountains. Torturers left their distinct mark in the painting by strapping victims to heavy wooden wheels, forcing the undead to roll through the snow as a method of eternal torment. Furthermore, heavy gray clouds choke the sky in both realms. Flocks of black crows circle the high towers constantly. These dark birds act as winged wardens over the condemned souls below. Sanctuaries built to house the afflicted traditionally required a specific layout. Old medical and penal texts describe how ancient wardens always constructed a central chapel, surrounded by tiny stone cells, feeding halls, and open exercise yards. This religious center helped keep the cursed inmates somewhat docile. The undead asylum completely lacks any sort of church. Strangely, a massive cathedral sits right in the middle of the painted world. It seems the creators split a complete fortress into two separate pieces. They placed the empty cells in the physical world and hid the chapel deep inside the painting. Physical geography strongly supports this theory of a violently torn landscape. When the chosen undead first steps into the canvas, they materialize on a long wooden bridge. The path extends forward, but abruptly snaps off into empty space. The jagged wood hangs over an endless white void. Far away in the physical realm, the undead asylum features a massive, sharp cliff edge where a giant crow currently builds its nest. Some scholars believe the shattered wooden bridge originally connected directly to that exact cliffside. The ruling gods simply chopped the landmass in half to quickly bury their most shameful mistakes out of sight. They sealed the dangerous outcasts and the chapel into a pocket dimension, leaving the freezing cells isolated on the mountain. Decades of scholarly debate surround the snowy dimensions trapped behind the canvas. Many individuals mistakenly believe the painted world of Ariandel exists as an entirely separate reality from the older painted world of Ariamis. Detailed architectural studies performed by perceptive archivists prove otherwise. The stone towers, the crumbled statues, and the heavy suspension bridges in both realms share identical masonry. The half-breed ruler Priscilla once questioned intruders of the older era, asking whether they understood the true reason Ariamis drafted the landscape in the first place. Ariamis painted the original foundation. Father Ariandel stepped in centuries later, purely to maintain the fading parchment. The lore attached to a weapon called the Rose of Ariandel confirms the giant leader used copious amounts of his own blood to restore the tearing landscape and protect its secrets. Accepting that these two realms occupy the exact same geographic location completely solves an old mystery. The broken rope bridge extending from the ancient era never connected to the undead asylum. It leads directly into the thick, freezing forests of Ariandel. A strict biological law governs these crafted realities. When a canvas ages, a foul sickness corrupts the soil. The residents must eventually ignite a massive fire to burn their home to ash, allowing a fresh, healthy world to bloom. Father Ariandel actively rejects this cleansing fire. He refuses to let his territory burn. He constantly lashes his own back with his spiked rose. He uses his spilled blood to smother the embers and stall the natural cycle of the painting. The disease continues to spread across the ice, eating away at the wildlife and mutating the citizens. One deformed Corvian resident, trapped in this misery, apologizes to the Ashen One for the ruined home, explaining that the decay spread because something deceived the good father into burying the flame. Despite the creeping sickness ruining the trees, outcasts still flock to this hidden sanctuary. They abandon the physical continents to seek a quiet escape from the outside world. A bird-like native actively encourages the Ashen One to embrace the decay upon arrival, warmly welcoming the newcomer to the cold haven of the forlorn, and encouraging them to find a sweetly rotting bed to rest upon. This endless stagnation halts the birth of a new reality. A young artist known simply as the painter sits locked inside a dirty attic located in the Corvian settlement. She desperately needs to witness the burning flames to brush a new home into existence. Without the heat of the fire, her hands remain tied. She relies on a single guardian to break this deadlock. Slave Knight Gale acts as her loyal uncle and sworn protector. The Ashen One initially discovers Gale bowing on the floor of the Cathedral of the Deep, where he desperately begs for a champion to ignite the rot and show the painter the flame. Gale also understands a new world requires a special pigment. To secure this dark ink, Gale travels to the absolute edge of the earth. He enters the ringed city to hunt down the legendary Dark Soul. He treats this mission as a suicidal burden. Gale knows mortal flesh cannot contain the original dark energy without shattering completely. He accepts this doom willingly to ensure his niece paints a peaceful home. The power eventually swallows him whole. When the Ashen One finally tracks Gale down in a wasteland of gray dust, the old soldier attacks with animal rage. Midway through the bloody clash, looks at the red stains covering his armor. He realizes his own veins now carry the dark soul. He loses the last fragment of his sanity right there in the ruins, fighting fiercely, but fully trusting the Ashen One to strike him down and deliver his spilled blood directly to the painter. The slave knight gave absolutely everything: his sanity, his flesh, and his soul, just to hand a young artist a chance at a new beginning. Such complete, unquestioning devotion naturally raises a massive question. What drove a lowly infantryman to commit this ultimate sacrifice? A popular tavern legend attempts to explain this bottomless loyalty by elevating his identity. Certain storytellers claim this ragged fighter is actually the legendary conqueror who brought the kingdom of Drangleic to its knees. Historical accounts of that specific hero always end with a monumental choice. The conqueror either claimed a dark throne to maintain the natural order of the dying world, or he turned his back on the crown entirely to walk into the unknown. Bards love to sing that this wandering king searched endlessly for a permanent alternative to the fading fire. They claim he eventually discovered the painted dimensions and saw a completely different path. He supposedly pledged his sword to the young artist because he viewed her canvas as the perfect escape he spent lifetimes hunting for. Forcing a defiant king into the ragged boots of an ancient infantryman ignores the established timeline completely. The title of slave knight carries a heavy, miserable history. The ruling gods formed these random groups of cursed soldiers to serve as completely disposable meat shields. They threw these fighters into the most brutal conflicts imaginable, simply because their undead bodies could absorb endless punishment. A monarch would never willingly adopt the rank of fodder. Furthermore, analyzing his combat tactics reveals a much clearer picture of his massive lifespan. During his final clashes in the ash, he casts a forgotten miracle known as the Way of White Corona. This magic creates glowing holy discs that cut through the air. The spell traces directly back to the earliest religious orders worshipping the great Lord Gwyn. Mastering those rings strongly implies he marched in armies that existed at the absolute dawn of time, centuries before the kingdom of Drangleic was ever conceived. If the bearded warrior truly lived through those ancient eras, his loyalty might stem from an old royal debt instead of a personal quest. The original snowy canvas belonged to a pale half-breed named Priscilla. That ruler completely vanished long before anyone ever set foot inside the rotting forest of Ariandel. Yet, the captive painter locked inside the attic shares her exact snow-white hair and delicate features. Because of this striking visual overlap, a few historians suspect the young girl represents the direct offspring of that ancient queen. If the old soldier served the mother ages ago, he might have sworn a lifelong oath to protect her child at all costs. He would naturally want to defeat the current usurpers of the ice, and burn the infected trees to avenge his old master. This entire family tree relies completely on superficial traits. It provides a highly emotional motive for his actions, painting him as a fiercely loyal servant, fulfilling a centuries-old promise. However, the archives hold absolutely zero proof to confirm a true bloodline actually connects the two pale women. Gale entrusted his conqueror with one desperate errand before his body turned to ash. The Ashen One gathers the fluid from the wasteland and carries it across the world, returning to the attic in the Corvian settlement. Handing this pigment, the literal blood of Gale, to the girl finally allows her to lift her brush. The town rots outside her window, covered in filth. She intends to paint a reality completely free from this sickness. She stares at the parchment and shares her vision for the future, promising that the new world will be a cold, dark, and very gentle place where one day someone will find a goodly home. This prediction poses a difficult question for anyone aware of the transaction. Can a reality forged from the slaughter of Gale truly remain peaceful? The girl uses the remnants of the dark soul as her ink. Scholars studying this exchange argue that building a foundation out of spilled blood guarantees a legacy of violence. They believe a world born from this dark energy will naturally inherit the chaotic hunger of humanity. They theorize this canvas will twist into a nightmare of endless hunting. A domain birthed through such pain might spawn beasts and widespread disease, falling completely short of the sanctuary the artist intended. Other historians propose this parchment might attract outer deities lacking physical form. These remote entities often require mortal vessels and physical wounds to project their power over a landscape. Gale suffered immensely to secure the ink. His lingering agony might act as a beacon for these unseen forces. His sacrifice could invite rulers who demand tribute from the inhabitants, turning the new world into a land of fractured royalty driven by blood magic. The true nature of this hidden realm remains the greatest mystery of the age. After handing over the pigment, the Ashen One walks out of the attic, leaving the artist to finish her work in isolation. Nobody from the dying era ever gets to step foot inside the completed landscape. The final brushstrokes stay permanently hidden behind the canvas. The ultimate shape of that new home exists purely in the imagination of the viewer. It serves as a blank slate, offering hope for anyone exhausted by the cycle of decay. Let us sink into the waters of our next mystery. Holy texts describing defensive magic speak of a place known simply as the Deep. In ancient times, this realm offered complete peace. It acted as a holy sanctuary of calm waters. However, as eras passed, the world needed a place to discard its most horrifying creations. The quiet waters eventually became a massive grave for rotting abominations. A powerful cleric named Aldrich spent his days thinking about the dying flame. The fading light gave him clear visions of a flooded future. He saw an entire era swallowed by a dark ocean. To prepare for this destiny, Aldrich built a massive church. The Cathedral of the Deep stands as his monument. He actively worked to drag the world into this submerged age. At first glance, this flooded era looks exactly like the Abyss. The Abyss represents pure darkness. A specific weapon helps link the two concepts. A legendary sword once swung by the Wolf Knight strikes heavily against creatures born from the Black Void. It tears through those monsters with extreme prejudice. When warriors swing this exact blade against Aldrich, the holy man suffers the exact same immense pain. This shared weakness suggests a tight bond. The religion surrounding the deep waters might simply be a splinter group worshipping the same ancient void. Careful study reveals a sharp divide between these two forces. They are completely separate powers. The dark waters represent a physical liquid. We can observe the weapons carried by figures called the Merkmen. These strange entities pull themselves up from the absolute bottom of the world. They carry curved blades and drip with a black moisture. A heavy slime covers their entire bodies while they channel their shadowy strength. This clinging wetness proves the existence of a literal ocean. The sanctuary Aldrich saw is a real body of water, distinct from the dry shadows of the void. A blind woman named Irina offers even more proof of this separation. When a traveler finds Irina locked inside a cold cell, she begs for physical contact. She pleads for someone to reach out and hold her hand. She explains that the shadows around her are entirely alive. She feels tiny monsters constantly chewing on her skin. She believes small mouths never stop taking bites out of her flesh. Some scholars might blame this sensation on the restless humanity trapped inside all people. A holy soul once described humanity as a writhing mass buried just beneath the skin. Yet Irina suffers from something physical. Records of the flooded church describe actual insects breeding in the dark water. These bugs possess tiny jaws lined with sharp fangs. They exist solely to tear open skin and dig immediately into a victim's muscles. A strange creature known as the locust preacher confirms Irina suffered from these specific watery pests. He openly speaks about her terrified life. The speaker recounts how the blind woman cowered from the shadows. She spent her days crying about the jaws eating her alive. He then makes a crucial point. He explains that the pure void never created a single biting bug. The abyss never birthed insects. He encourages travelers to embrace the darkness without fear, because the void holds no such pests. Because the Cathedral of the Deep breeds these fanged bugs, and the pure shadows do not, we can firmly conclude the two realms remain forever separate. The clear divide between the biting insects of the flooded waters and the empty silence of the void raises a question of history. When did the world first encounter this dark ocean? The massive church dedicated to the submerged era appeared late in our recorded timelines. However, curious scholars likely pondered the existence of these strange waters long before the stone gates of Lothric ever opened. Many believe an older, completely isolated kingdom known as Drangleic actually sits entirely underwater. Historians rarely speak of Drangleic when discussing the grand lineage of the First Flame. The kingdom feels completely disconnected from the ancient mountains of Lordran or the towering castle walls of Lothric. It possesses a bizarre, sleep-like atmosphere. Shadowy forces constantly warp the landscape into confusing, unnatural shapes. To explain this distortion, a traveling archivist proposed that Drangleic rests at the absolute bottom of the flooded era. If a traveler peers through a high stone window inside the Cathedral of the Deep, they will spot a massive black lake resting far below the cliffs. Think back to the oldest legends of the cursed wanderer who first traveled to Drangleic. The stories say this marked warrior fell through a swirling whirlpool in a dark body of water to reach the Twisted Kingdom. This watery gateway could easily be the exact same lake threatening to swallow Lothric. Furthermore, an ancient weapon known as the Mace of the Insolent provides a matching clue. Its metal engravings speak of a fallen cleric. This high-ranking holy man lost his faith, and his soul now wanders aimlessly through a thick, murky darkness. We must ask if this muddy shadow refers directly to the flooded deeps. The sunken waters harbor heavy masses of stagnant magic known as great soul dregs. Spellbooks utilizing these dark clumps explain how they sink and settle heavily at the absolute bottom of the ocean. The slimy merkmen crawling out of the muck are powered by these exact sinking masses. Interestingly, these clumps of dark magic share a striking resemblance to a human skull, hinting at their origin. However, reading the phrase murky darkness usually points scholars toward the dry, empty void rather than a literal sea. Because of this wording, a rival group of historians argues that Drangleic actually resides inside the abyss. The flooded church holds a pair of weapons called the Drang hammers, along with a matching set of Drang armor. The men who wore this gear fought as ruthless mercenaries. They committed a massive act of treason against their rulers. As punishment, their leaders banished them directly into the pure void, severing them from the surface world permanently. A traveler exploring the ruined castles of Drangleic can find an outfit called the Llewellyn armor. This heavy defensive gear looks almost identical to the mercenary clothing. These pieces of steel might belong to those exact banished warriors. This physical evidence suggests the entire kingdom sits completely surrounded by the dark void. Deep inside the forgotten cells of this kingdom, a prisoner called the Lost Sinner sits in total blackness. She lives at the bottom of a massive stone prison named the Bastille. She constantly tortures herself for past crimes, Legends state her grand offense involved an attempt to reignite the original flame. The rulers of the land strictly forbade anyone from touching the fire. They locked her in heavy shackles for attempting the ritual. She might have tried to kindle the fire specifically to stop the creeping void from swallowing Drangleic entirely. Yet her actions present a confusing contradiction. The soul of this captive woman confirms she inflicts endless pain upon herself out of deep guilt. If she genuinely believed restoring the fire was the correct choice, she would hardly view her actions as a crime deserving eternal punishment. This logical gap leads a final sect of thinkers to dismiss both the flooded ocean and the black void. They claim Drangleic occupies no physical space on any map. Instead, they believe the entire Twisted Kingdom exists only as a long, complicated dream conjured by the sleeping King Vendrick. Let us explore the physical artifacts that might prove or disprove this theory of a slumbering king. A legendary bowl once held immense significance inside the ancient mountains of Lordran. A champion known as the Chosen Undead received this holy artifact to unlock a sealed path toward the original flame. Rulers designed this sacred container specifically to store massive souls and ensure a smooth transfer of power. Fast forward to the cursed wanderer exploring Drangleic. This traveler eventually discovers an old stone house standing near the ocean cliffs of Magilla. Down in the dark cellar, shattered pieces of pottery cover the floor. These fragments perfectly match the shape of that holy container. Why would history discard such an important relic in an ignored basement? A traveler might assume these broken fragments simply share a coincidental design. However, the complete lack of respect for the relic highlights exactly how much time separates the two kingdoms. Centuries have turned a divine object into meaningless rubble. We find similar proof of this massive time gap resting in the steel of a heavy weapon. The Black Knight Greatsword served as the primary tool for elite guards walking through Lordran. Yet, when a fighter locates this exact blade inside Drangleic, the metal carries a new description. The iron engravings claim the sword belonged to warriors from an entirely erased era. A strange architectural secret hides within that exact same seaside house. If a person breaks through the stone masonry directly behind the shattered pottery, they uncover an entirely perfect, unbroken replica of the bowl. We can ignore the idea of unseen builders simply leaving an old item behind by mistake. Some hidden hand intentionally sealed a pristine copy inside the architecture. This hidden hole proves the broken shards on the floor genuinely belong to the original artifact. Observers suggest this neglected, ruined relic symbolizes a total detachment from waking reality. The shattered bowl represents a mind losing its grip on the conscious world. That forgotten era mentioned on the heavy sword might actually refer to a life lived entirely outside of sleep. We can find strong evidence supporting this theory of fantasy right at the beginning of the Wanderer's journey. When the bearer of the curse first opens their eyes, glowing insects swarm through the dark air. These floating creatures behave exactly like fireflies. Legends often use these glowing bugs to represent hope, as their small lights offer comfort in the dark. The wanderer wakes up inside a misty forest known as Things Betwixt. This strange valley acts as a bridge spanning completely different realms. Stepping through its hollow trees leads directly into the Fading Kingdom. Upon reaching the seaside cliffs, a guide named the Emerald Herald greets the newcomer. She issues a strict warning, urging the traveler to remain alert, or the surrounding land will consume them completely. The realm actively tries to trap its visitors. It acts as a fog, aiding people in slipping away from their past lives. The wanderer arrives with almost no memory of their original home. Even the earliest rumors of this kingdom suggest a person only visits its muddy borders while resting their eyes. The traveler might currently be walking through a complete illusion. Certain historians push back against the concept of a sleeping fantasy. They propose the foggy kingdom represents the actual lands of the dead. Before a traveler ever steps foot into the connecting forest, a beautiful melody fills the air. A group of women, known as the Milfanito, sing this soft tune. Ancient texts claim a towering skeleton, formerly recognized as the Great Dead One, gifted these women their voices. We meet a similar servant deep underground, named Grave Warden Agdane. This tomb keeper belongs to a faction called the Finito. He protects the resting bodies of fallen warriors. He states that the being who experienced the very first death assigned him this duty. Both the singing women and the tomb keeper clearly serve Grave Lord Nito. Because the Lord of Graves populated the borders of this kingdom with his personal servants, stepping into the mist likely means crossing over into the afterlife. We must balance these supernatural theories with cold physical evidence. Drangleic absolutely exists as a tangible location on a map. Later generations living in Lothric directly reference King Vendrick. A heavy piece of steel, known as the Shield of Want, documents his reign. The metal markings describe a monarch ruined by an unstoppable thirst for power. This historical proof confirms he lived a physical life. Perhaps the king avoided kindling the flame not to break a curse, but because the fantasy entirely absorbed his mind. Seeking the original fire might simply act as a method to force oneself awake. The hollowed king paces in circles inside a dark crypt. During a rare moment of clarity, he speaks to the cursed wanderer. He admits that he also chased the warm light long ago. If the traveler draws a weapon and strikes the ruined monarch, Vendrick laughs at their foolishness, insisting that no intruder can possibly strike him down inside his own domain. This absolute confidence makes perfect sense. If the entire kingdom operates inside his sleeping mind, the king dictates every single law of reality. If the hallowed king truly commands a sleeping reality, we must carefully question the motives of the woman guiding travelers through his fog. The Emerald Herald stands near the cliff edge at the seaside camp. She goes by the name Shanalot. She acts as a gentle guide, welcoming newly arrived fighters with warmth. She constantly points the cursed wanderer toward the ancient throne, pushing them to claim the crown and manipulate the fire. A traveler might trust her selfless behavior entirely. Yet deception runs deep through this twisted land. Shanalot explains that dragons gave her life, while mortal men shaped her purpose. She claims a grand lineage. Later in the journey, a fighter will climb a towering peak and discover a massive winged beast resting at a shrine. This enormous creature appears to be an ancient dragon of legend. However, Queen Nashandra warns travelers about this specific beast. She explains that the creature is a false deity created to deceive fools. She insists it is nothing more than a useless prop. History proves her right. A scholar named Aldea built this false monster using the flesh of dead giants. Slain giants litter the stone halls of his laboratory. When a warrior slays the massive beast at the peak, it leaves behind the soul of a giant rather than a dragon spirit. If the grand beasts of the sky are merely painted illusions, Shanalot might also be a total fabrication. Another historian proposes an even darker origin for her existence. When the original master of the Black Void fell in combat ages ago, his essence shattered. His ruined soul broke into shards. These dark fragments gained sentience and formed dangerous queens. Each queen found a powerful monarch to manipulate. They gathered immense strength through these men to punish humanity for their creator's defeat. Shanalot constantly attaches herself to the wandering champion. She feeds them strength while harvesting captured souls. King Vendrick once described the Father of the Void as the quintessence of humanity. Philosophers often use the word quintessence to describe a flawless example of something. However, ancient scholars also use the term to describe a fifth element beyond the standard four. This specific wording suggests 5 queens exist. Shanalot could be the hidden fifth sister, silently manipulating a new monarch. We must look at the rules of numbers to challenge this idea. In old tongues, the digit 4 translates directly to the word for death. This number shapes the entire history of the world. 4 elite knights served the original Lord of Sunlight. 4 ancient kings fell to the dark. 4 massive souls dictate the flow of time. Therefore, the fragments of the void likely formed exactly 4 queens, leaving Shanalot out of this dark family tree. Regardless of her true bloodline, one dangerous magic user desperately wants the Emerald Herald dead. The royal sorcerer Navlon sits locked inside a magical barrier within Aldea's keep. If a traveler speaks to him through the glowing wall, he demands Shanalot's murder. He mocks her reputation as a gentle shepherd. He describes her words as pure nonsense designed to lead cursed fools astray. Navlon harbors intense hatred for anyone living near the ocean cliffs. He demands the death of an outcast hexer named Falcon, who sits just outside the town. He asks for the blood of a builder named Laddersmith Gilligan. He holds a special rage for a wandering mapmaker known as Cal the Cartographer. Navlon claims Cal visited his cell and treated him like a rare animal in a cage. We must explore why an imprisoned royal mage holds such a violent grudge against these specific travelers. The answer lies in Navlon's fractured mind. He explains his own tragic creation to anyone willing to listen. Long ago, a foolish magic user wanted to invent new spells. This naive student accidentally birthed a violent killer inside his own brain. The two minds fought for control of one body. The dark half used the cover of sleep to hunt victims. The innocent half felt horrified by these actions and eventually locked them both away behind magical seals. Strong evidence points to this original magic student living in the large stone house in Magilla. The home contains a massive library. A giant book rests open on a desk, perfectly suited for a dedicated scholar. A wooden chest inside the home holds a dangerous artifact called a soul vessel. This item manipulates magical energy, but it can drain a person completely if used incorrectly. The naive scholar likely pushed his spirit into this container to achieve eternal life or resurrect the dead. Ancient records state rulers executed a heretic named Navlon along with his entire village. The leaders made speaking his name a punishable crime because he tried to master the forbidden art of resurrection. The town of Magilla might be that exact murdered village, cleansed of life after the scholar's dangerous experiments came to light. Years later, a curious royal mage from Aldia's laboratory found that cursed container in the abandoned house. The lingering spirit hijacked his body. The scholar from the keep became the new vessel for the murderer. This explains why Navlon wants every resident of Magilla dead. He views them as trespassers, infiltrating his personal property. Cal, the cartographer, currently squats in the house. He spends his days staring at a carved map that sparks with fire whenever a bonfire ignites. Cal likely rummaged through the basement and discovered the shattered Lord vessel lying on the stones. He might have even broken it himself out of clumsy curiosity. We previously believed this ruined bowl belonged to an ancient champion and held massive historical importance. Yet, as time marched forward, identical stone basins began appearing in the distant walls of Lothric. We can find a similar bowl holding a broken sword right at the high wall. The artifact is likely a common tool used to move heavy magic. Navlon simply used the bowl for his own research before he met the executioner's blade. The shattered pottery holds no grand destiny, just the failed experiments of a dead man. concept of four carries heavy weight across the kingdom of Drangleic, especially concerning those who tend the ancient flames. A lone cabin sits inside the foggy borders of the connecting forest. 3 elderly women live inside this wooden house. They served as caretakers of the fire long ago. A younger woman named Melibeth acts as their loyal housekeeper. She willingly explains the family tree to curious visitors. She notes the old crones are sisters by blood. She also clearly states a 4th sibling absolutely exists. However, Melibeth admits she has never seen this final sister with her own eyes. She explains the flame tenders currently wander scattered across the wind. This missing 4th caretaker must be hiding somewhere out in the breeze. Scholars desperately try to identify this missing sibling. Some historians point to a mute woman named Anastasia. She tended a fire in the ancient mountains of Lordran, far away. Travelers exploring the deep hole below Magilla sometimes face a hostile phantom. People initially assumed this ghostly invader was Anastasia. Later records clarified this spirit simply fights as a rogue cleric. Both the cleric and the Lordran caretaker wear the exact same stained clothing. This matching fabric sparked the initial confusion. Other thinkers look toward the distant castle of Lothric. A handmaid tending a shop there wears garments mirroring the 3 forest sisters perfectly. Sadly, pieces of cloth alone prove nothing solid. A more tragic candidate sits in the dark cells of the Bastille. The captive, known as the Lost Sinner, presents a compelling case. She tried to ignite the original fire against the laws of the land. Her 3 sisters in the forest completely abandoned their duties to hide in the mist. Perhaps the 4th sister refused to give up her sacred task. The rulers punished her heavily for trying to bring back the era of light. The royal sorcerer Navlon adds another name to the list. He mentions a popular rumor claiming the Emerald Herald tends the fire, before dismissing the idea as foolish gossip. The most logical answer sits right at the beginning of the journey. A mysterious old woman greets the cursed wanderer before they ever step into the fog. She spins the initial tale of the ruined kingdom. She looks remarkably similar to the 3 crones in the cabin. She shares their ancient age and weathered skin. The 3 caretakers actively acknowledge her existence. They ask whether the traveler enjoyed chatting with the kind old deer on the road. This direct connection makes her the perfect candidate for the missing sibling. Some scholars propose a strange twist regarding this storyteller. They suggest the old narrator is actually a severely aged version of Shanalot. We must look at the historical ledgers documenting the world to verify this. Ancient registries list 2 completely different names for these women. A scribe named Nicolette recorded the old woman's words, while another named Ruth documented the Emerald Herald. The registries also mention a 3rd mysterious figure. They name a person called Child Shanalot. Historians believed this youth would appear in an undiscovered region of the map. That land never surfaced. We can find traces of her youth by listening closely to the Emerald Herald speak. When she stands near the coastal cliffs, she speaks with a heavy, mature voice. She promises to remain by the traveler's side until their fragile hope shatters. Later, a warrior meets her high upon the dragon peaks. Here, her voice sounds noticeably higher. She sounds much younger. She greets the fighter, explaining that she waited a long time for a champion like them. She also reveals that her own magical projection led the wanderer up the mountain. The adult woman at the coast might be projecting an image of her younger self to guide the fighter forward. To truly understand this young girl, we must study the turbulent creation of the world itself. The architects who built Drangleic faced immense struggles. The original maker turned his attention away to sculpt a different realm filled with blood and beasts. He left the physical construction of Drangleic to two lesser masons. These builders held absolute freedom to mold the earth. Halfway through shaping the mountains, the High Pantheon grew angry at the results. They stripped one architect of his power completely. The lone remaining builder had to rewrite the history of the entire continent by himself. He originally designed the coastal town of Magilla as a massive fortress city. The sudden shift in design shrank the settlement into a quiet, forgotten village. Despite these massive changes, fragments of the original history remain hidden in old stone tablets. Explorers found early drafts of reality written in an older tongue. These texts feature a forgotten scholar named Lothric. He spoke of a huge brass mechanism called the pendulum of time. The machine sat completely still. Because it stopped moving, vicious demons destroyed the land freely. Lothric explained the pendulum required two specific items to function. A person needed a gemstone plucked from a dragon, and a literal drop of frozen time. Combining these items would rip a hole in the logic of the universe. A traveler could jump through this tier to walk directly into the distant past. This lost history explains the existence of Child Shanalot. If a champion activated the pendulum and walked into the past, they would meet the Emerald Herald as a young girl. She traveled alongside the warrior as a loyal companion. During their journey, the champion handed her a special feather. This explains a strange event at the beginning of the current timeline. The adult Shanalot gives the wanderer that exact same feather when they first meet. She simply returns an old gift. The architects completely erased this journey through time from the final shape of the world. All of the young girl's words were silenced permanently. The erased histories of Drangleic only represent a small fraction of the lost knowledge hidden across these lands. To uncover older secrets, a traveler must dig far below the earth and examine ancient deceptions. We can find a major clue to these old lies carved into heavy wooden doors far away. These specific doors guard a snowy chapel in a painted world. The wood displays a carving of a massive reptile, possessing a single body that splits into two distinct heads. Ancient myths often feature a two-headed snake to symbolize a pair of twins sharing one form. In these old beliefs, one mouth speaks for the sunlit soil above, while the second mouth breathes for the buried graves below. This wooden carving perfectly illustrates the ancient primordial serpents. Two massive creatures manipulated the fate of Lordran from the shadows. King Seeker Frampt acted as the voice of the surface world. He constantly pushed a wandering champion to burn themselves alive to keep the dying sun bright. He desperately wanted a strong successor to replace Lord Gwyn. Deep below the earth, bathed in total blackness, Darkstalker Koth waited in the abyss. Koth demanded the exact opposite action. He urged the champion to let the fire die completely, bringing about a permanent era of shadow. A completely erased timeline proves these ancient creatures manipulated mortals as part of an elaborate game. In our current reality, a brave warrior named Oscar dies quietly inside the northern prison. However, hidden historical ledgers detail a totally different journey for the Knight of Astora. Oscar originally survived the asylum. He traveled alongside the main champion for months. He fought shoulder to shoulder with them against ruthless thieves hiding inside the tangled forests. Eventually, this loyal friend became a bitter enemy. The old ledgers describe a final confrontation where Oscar aligned with whichever serpent the champion rejected. If the hero chose Koth, Oscar stood proudly beside Frampt. The two warriors fought a brutal duel to prove who truly deserved to shape the future. This arranged battle strongly suggests the giant creatures merely used both knights as helpless pawns on a board. Some historians believe Frampt and Koth are actually the exact same beast, or at least perfect partners executing a shared scheme. They share a single, hidden objective. Frampt, publicly demanding the continuation of fire, might be nothing more than a giant trap. He sets a difficult challenge to filter out the weak. If a mortal blindly follows his orders, they fail the true test. Only a champion curious enough to dig into the earth and seek out Koth proves themselves worthy to rule the darkness. Koth actively lies to maintain this grand illusion. When he first meets the champion, he claims Frampt lost his sanity completely. He insists Frampt made a foolish alliance with the rotting gods above. Yet, if a warrior decides to betray Frampt, the surface serpent reacts with surprising calm. Instead of flying into a violent rage over the betrayal, King Seeker Frampt simply sighs. He calls the warrior a sorry fool who failed to become the chosen one. He announces he will simply go to sleep until someone wakes him up again. This mild disappointment makes zero sense for a creature watching his entire religion collapse. The final proof of their secret alliance arrives when a champion successfully extinguishes the original fire. As the Dark Era officially begins, Koth bows his massive head. He declares that both he and Frampt will now serve the new monarch together. The beast of the surface and the beast of the underworld suddenly stand united. The grand deception finally ends, revealing the two heads always shared a single mind. The massive creatures of the underground did not vanish as the eras passed. Travelers exploring the crumbling heights of Lothric frequently stumble upon giant stone statues depicting the primordial serpents. These dust-covered monuments prove the beasts manipulated countless empires throughout history. Darkstalker Koth spent centuries planting the seeds of his shadowy philosophy across different cultures. He practiced extreme patience, waiting quietly for a new champion capable of starving the sun. A powerful religious order known as the Sable Church successfully kept his teachings alive. 3 sisters named Lilian, Yuria, and Sister Frida rule this organization. They offer safety and purpose to the rotting, mindless citizens wandering the streets. The dark garments worn by these 3 women confirm their absolute loyalty to the beast of the void. If a warrior draws a blade and strikes down Yuria in combat, she dies apologizing to Koth. She mourns her failure. Older records of her dying words reveal a massive secret. She laments that she failed to fulfill his final dying wish. This specific phrasing confirms the Great Snake is already dead. Yet, even from the grave, Koth pushes his church forward to secure a permanent era of darkness. His followers multiply rapidly across the fading world. A massive cult of travelers continuously marches from the shadowy realm of Londor. These pilgrims walk a grueling path straight toward the high walls of Lothric Castle. They march with a single, bizarre objective. They want to drop dead. Almost all of them collapse and expire on the stone bridges long before reaching the gates. A lone survivor named Yol openly complains that he survived when a champion finds him weeping among the corpses. Yol mourns the fact that he failed to receive his ordained death. These marchers likely travel to the royal palace to deliver a physical warning. Their decaying bodies act as a message to the current rulers that the dying sun will soon disappear forever. This mirrors the flooded destiny predicted by the deep ocean. Every single traveler from Londor wears heavy iron chains and carries a massive stone shell strapped directly to their back. Texts describing the garments of traditional holy men explain the purpose of these heavy lids. The massive weight supposedly stops the wearer from becoming a fertile bed for black magic. The heavy cover traps a creeping sickness known as the pus of man. It physically locks the corruption inside the body. At the highest points of the outer wall, a traveler can spot regular citizens transforming into twisted wood. These mutated people freeze into stiff trees. They all stare directly at the royal palace in the distance. These turning humans might be travelers who failed to contain the sickness. Stiff branches actually burst out from beneath the stone covers of Yol and his fallen friends. The black magic clearly fights to escape its prison. At the absolute summit of the royal city, giant creatures float through the sky. Scholars call them pilgrim butterflies. They share a disturbing physical likeness to the marching cult members. These flying beasts consist entirely of flesh and exposed bone. Their rib cages burst completely outward through their skin to form wings. They look exactly like a fully matured version of the stiff wooden citizens. The marchers from Londor do not travel to the castle simply to die. They use their heavy stone shells as thick cocoons. They fully intend to hatch. We can find evidence of this hatching process inside the flooded cathedral of the deep. Stone carvings in the church show a wrapped figure violently pushing wings out of its back. This matches the evolution of the pilgrims perfectly. A massive suit of rusted iron, known as the Dragon Slayer armor, blocks the main bridge leading to the royal archives. The armor holds no human body inside. Instead, the floating bone creatures pull its strings from the sky like a giant puppet. These flying beasts violently attack any warrior attempting to reach the dying flame. They actively enforce Koth's plan to starve the fire. If the cult worships the shadow, strapping a heavy lid on their backs to trap the void seems completely contradictory. A dedicated historian of the dark proposes a much clearer answer. The stone covers do not suppress the magic at all. The shells act as warm incubators. The travelers deliberately grow the sickness inside their own bodies. Once they reach the high castle, the magic reaches full maturity and forces them to blossom into floating beasts. This slow growth matches Koth's famous patience flawlessly. The wooden citizens scattered around the lower walls simply rushed the process. Their bodies broke under the violent pressure before they reached the summit, leaving them permanently trapped as dead roots. A lone woman complicates this entire theory. The stone humped hag wears the exact same stone cover and heavy chains as the Londor marchers. Yet her story ends quite differently. When a champion approaches her during her final moments, she quietly reflects that her time has finally come and expresses the hope that she might look upon an angel. Upon her passing, a winged being of pure light literally manifests above her body. A massive religion dedicated to holy winged beings completely dominates the royal city. The Londor travelers might actually believe they are hatching into creatures of light. They suffer the grueling march, thinking divine wings await them at the end. In reality, the dead beast of the underground played a cruel trick on them all. Koth fed them a beautiful lie about heavenly bodies. He used their blind faith to quietly smuggle pure darkness straight into the heart of the kingdom. The illusion of heavenly wings floating over Lothric mirrors a much older tragedy. The beast of the void possesses a long history of deceiving entire cities. A displaced gentleman known as Marvelous Chester witnessed the results of this deception firsthand. He openly scoffs at the doomed citizens of a lost land called Ulasil. Chester explains that the mages living there brought a creeping shadow upon their own heads entirely by choice. He recounts how a two-faced, grinning reptile manipulated the town scholars into violating a sacred tomb. They dug up the resting place of the earliest mortal, sparking an unstoppable wrath. The toothy beast Chester describes perfectly matches the exact methods of Darkstalker Koth. The scholars dug too deep and broke the seal holding Manus. This massive creature reigned as the ultimate father of the Black Void. Manus consumed the entire population of Ulasil. He swallowed the kingdom whole and left nothing behind except suffocating darkness. To understand the origin of this primeval grave, we must look back to the dawn of fire. 4 distinct beings pulled immense power from the initial flame. A towering skeleton named Nito claimed authority over the dead. A mother of chaos known as the Witch of Izalith took her share of the heat. Lord Gwyn secured the blinding light of the sun for his elite knights. Finally, a small, quiet figure approached the embers. Old myths call this 4th ruler the furtive pygmy. These same legends specifically note this tiny being slips from memory almost immediately. While the Bright Kings claimed 3 shining powers, this forgotten ancestor discovered a completely different prize. He grabbed a unique, heavy lump of shadow called the Dark Soul. The pygmy looked far into the future and envisioned a sunless era. Using his new shadowed prize, he shaped the first humans. He birthed our kind from the Black Void. Despite playing such a vital role in our creation, nobody truly knows the identity of this small founder. Some historians look at the ruined kingdom of Ulasil and point directly at Manus. They argue the father of the void must be the original pygmy. Ancient scrolls describe Manus as a primeval human. This label marks him as the absolute oldest member of our species. Since he wields enough magic to drown an empire, he seems like the logical owner of the shadowed flame. A careful reading of magical items breaks this connection. When Darkstalker Koth speaks of the pygmy's ancient prize, he uses a specific word. He explains that the soul is entirely unique. However, if a champion slays Manus and holds his glowing essence, scholars classify it merely as extraordinary. This slight shift in vocabulary suggests the raging beast and the quiet founder are 2 entirely separate beings. Another group of thinkers shifts their focus toward the heavens. They claim a rogue deity named Velka secretly holds the title of pygmy. She operates as a dark-haired witch. She created a powerful miracle designed to rip away a person's ability to speak. This silencing spell affects even the highest royals of the sunlight. Eons later, the dark-worshipping Sable Church of Londor claimed this exact magic for their own rituals. We know this church wants to permanently kill the sun. Furthermore, a scholar of fire once declared that the act of kindling the flame stands as the original sin. Velka proudly sits as the goddess of sin. She decides which acts break the laws of nature. Since she aligns with the shadow, she would naturally view feeding the fire as the greatest crime possible. Despite these neat religious connections, physical facts destroy the Velka theory completely. Fundamental texts confirm the original small founder was a male figure. Additionally, we must remember the opening words of our oldest myth. The furtive pygmy fades from the mind effortlessly. Both Velka and Manus command massive, unforgettable legacies. They leave giant scars on history. The true owner of the dark must be someone entirely unremarkable. He must be a figure a traveler could walk past without a second glance. We established that the true founder of humanity must be someone completely unremarkable. To find this hidden ancestor, a traveler must journey to the absolute edge of the earth. At the end of the world sits a walled sanctuary known as the Ring City. The deepest section of this territory collapses into a dusty wasteland of crushed stone and ash. Within this ruined valley, an explorer can locate an ancient royal chamber containing 8 heavy seats of power. These stone chairs once belonged to the Pygmy Kings. A wandering fighter searching the rubble will stumble across the broken corpses of 7 ancient rulers. The 8th and final king managed to drag his bleeding body across the ash, desperately crawling toward the resting place of a sleeping princess named Filianor before his body gave out. A glaring contradiction arises when observing these 8 monarchs. The oldest myths passed down since the dawn of fire speak of only one singular founder. They mention a lone figure. Furthermore, a massive stone monument stands tall within the city streets. This carving permanently captures a moment showing the Lord of Sunlight placing a crown on the head of just one small man. Perhaps these 8 kings share a single bloodline, ruling beneath the authority of one true ancestor. Careful observation of the royal chamber reveals a physical gap in the floor. The architecture leaves a wide space directly in the center of the room. A 9th seat clearly belonged in this middle spot, yet someone completely removed it. This missing central chair likely belonged to the original founder, completely erased from the history books. We must search the surrounding streets for clues about this missing 9th ruler. A traveler exploring the outer walls will encounter a heavily armored man suffering from severe memory loss. This wandering knight cannot recall his own birth name, so he asks people to call him Lap. In forgotten dialects, this chosen name translates directly to the word patch. The knight also rests by crouching on the ground in a highly specific manner, matching the exact posture of a notorious thief named Patches. The heavy iron armor acts as as a temporary disguise for the infamous scoundrel. Some historians argue this deceitful thief secretly holds the title of the ancient founder. The logic fits surprisingly well. A being defined by how easily people forget him has actually managed to forget himself. He wandered aimlessly until his feet instinctively brought him back to his original homeland. When the thief speaks to travelers, he complains about the endless greed poisoning the world. He insists he has absolutely no desire for material wealth. He wonders whether humans simply suffer from a natural sickness of the mind. He finishes by promising to pray for the traveler and wishing them a fine, dark soul. Throughout the span of history, Patches always hides in the shadows. He slinks quietly through ancient underground tombs and avoids direct confrontation. The word furtive literally describes a person attempting to avoid notice. He fits this definition flawlessly. Furthermore, he survives from the earliest days of fire all the way to the end of the world without losing his sanity. An ordinary human mind would rot over such a massive span of time. Only an impossibly strong anchor, such as the original Heavy Shadow, could keep his brain intact. Most travelers dismiss him as a simple wandering pest. Yet, treating him as a minor nuisance only reinforces his status as a completely forgettable figure. Despite the thief's compelling history, another candidate exists right at the entrance of the walled city. A traveler stepping onto the first stone bridge will meet a small, shriveled man dragging himself across the ground. This specific citizen shares exact physical traits with the old rulers in the wasteland. He even speaks with an identical cadence to the crawling king. When this frail man talks to the champion, he viciously curses the ruling deities and begs for the total destruction of the golden lineage. This intense hatred perfectly matches the mindset of a forgotten founder cast aside by the Lords of Light. The absolute most important figure in history might simply be an ignored beggar bleeding on a bridge. Regardless of his true face, this small ancestor shaped the entire landscape of reality. Whether he acted out of malice or pure survival, he left a permanent scar on the earth. His quiet influence stretches across every era, easily outlasting the dragons, the gods, and the fading sun itself. We previously established that the forgotten founder left a permanent footprint across history. Yet, he does not stand entirely alone in this rare achievement. Another prominent warrior left his mark scattered across the ancient mountains of Lordran, the twisted borders of Drangleic, and the towering castles of Lothric. This traveler is the Golden Captain, Dragonslayer Ornstein. He proudly commanded the highest ranks of the royal army. 3 other legendary fighters stood beside him: the assassin Kieran, the archer Hawkeye Goff, and the shadow-walking Artorias. As the appointed leader of this elite group, Ornstein held immense immense responsibility. His primary duty involved guarding the grand cathedral in the City of the Sun. He stood watch alongside a massive cannibal named Executioner Smo. Together, they supposedly protected Princess Guinevere from any intruders. According to accepted lore, a wandering champion eventually breached the Golden City and slaughtered both of these heroic guards in a brutal battle. However, artifacts discovered centuries later completely shatter this established timeline. A traveler exploring the later era of Lothric can find the captain's golden lion armor. The metal engravings clearly state Ornstein abandoned his post at the ruined church. He left his home specifically to search for his banished mentor, the Nameless King. This creates a massive historical contradiction. If the wandering champion killed the captain in the cathedral, how could his armor travel to a distant land on a completely different quest? A popular theory completely rewrites the famous battle to solve this mystery. Many scholars argue the wandering champion never actually fought the real Golden Knight. The lightning-wielding captain inside the church was nothing more than an elaborate mirage. We can find strong evidence supporting this deception by looking at the executioner's tools. Smo's massive iron hammer also surfaces in the later kingdom. Its heavy metal descriptions declare the executioner stood as the absolute last remaining knight defending the ruined halls. Furthermore, we must examine the mechanics of their famous duel. When one of these massive warriors falls in combat, the survivor immediately absorbs their fallen partner's strength. Once the dust settles and both giants lie dead, only a single soul remains on the marble floor. If the champion defeats the Golden Knight first, the executioner claims his power and eventually drops his own soul upon death. This specific sequence perfectly matches the hammer's claim that Smo acted as the final true defender. Critics of this phantom theory naturally raise two major questions. How can a physical executioner absorb tangible power from a trick of the light? Additionally, the giant illusion of Princess Guinevere shatters into mist from a single arrow. Why does the captain's mirage require hundreds of weapon strikes to break? To answer this, we must look at the architect of the Golden City's illusion, the moon deity Gwyndolin. He frequently populates the empty streets with dangerous phantom guards. These magical copies hit with immense physical force and take extreme punishment before fading. A dedicated researcher of ancient magic proposed a brilliant explanation for the captain's resilience. Gwyndolin likely used a tiny splinter of Ornstein's actual soul to power the decoy. We know this kind of artificial creation works. The pale dragon Seath successfully engineered completely original souls to breathe life into massive insects like the moonlight butterfly. By planting a small, genuine fragment of the captain inside the magical projection, the moon deity created a phantom dense enough to fight, bleed, and transfer energy. Of course, claiming the Golden Knight was a total fabrication remains entirely speculative. we lack a physical body to prove the deception. Another group of historians offers a much more chaotic explanation. They suggest the boundaries of life and death simply shattered. The regular linking of the fire might have ripped the fallen captain straight from his grave, forcing him to walk the earth a second time. Alternatively, the flow of time operates so strangely that the later eras exist in a tangled web of alternate realities, where past events only loosely resemble the history we know. These tangled timelines and alternate realities might perfectly explain a bizarre sighting far across the ocean. If the true Golden Captain abandoned the ancient mountains, a traveler must ask where his boots finally rested. Deep inside the flooded borders of Drangleic, a massive stone church known as the Cathedral of Blue stands against the crashing waves. A heavily armored guard protects this seaside sanctuary. The locals refer to this silent sentinel as the Old Dragon Slayer. His metallic spirit openly states he closely mimics a specific famous knight from ancient myths. He wears the exact lion-shaped helmet and swings a long spear, but a massive contradiction exists. He commands pure shadow magic instead of brilliant lightning. Many historians refuse to believe this dark fighter is the legendary captain. They argue he is merely a dedicated imitator playing a dangerous game of dress-up. One logical suspect is an ordinary guard from the Sun City. The lesser Silver Knights practically worshipped their commanders. When the real captain left his post to track down the nameless king, a loyal foot soldier might have decided to follow his trail. During this exhausting journey across continents, the pure void swallowed the soldier entirely. The creeping black magic stained his silver armor the color of charcoal and twisted his electric miracles into dark hexes. This sequence of events neatly solves a major geographical puzzle. It explains exactly how the true golden armor eventually surfaces on a distant mountain peak near the nameless king, while this corrupted copy rots away inside a flooded church. Another local suspect frequently arises when discussing potential imposters. A fierce native warrior named Shieldless Lothian commands a massive reputation across the continent. He stands as the only explicitly named dragon hunter born in Drangleic. His weapon of choice, a heavy crescent axe, carries heavy electric properties closely mirroring the original captain's spear. Historical records claim this gallant fighter abandoned a major war without warning and vanished completely. Rumors suggest he walked away to hunt a mythical flying beast. Lothian might have discovered the coastal ruins, learned the ancient stories of the Golden Captain, and rebuilt his entire fighting style to honor his new idol. Skeptics of the imposter theory always point to a specific piece of jewelry as counter-evidence. The Dark Warrior drops a weathered old Leo ring upon his death. This specific carved ring belonged exclusively to the original captain, yet Military history shows us that elite soldiers frequently share identical equipment. Dozens of heavy warriors wear the stone ring of Havel, even though only one true Havel ever existed. The captain's personal squad easily could have carried duplicate lion rings into battle to honor their leader. We must also entertain a far more tragic possibility. The shadow-wielding knight might actually be the genuine captain. To understand why he would travel to a flooded coast, we must track the movements of his royal family. The Golden Captain originally swore a sacred oath to protect Princess Guinevere. We already established she was merely a magical projection inside her home city. The true princess fled the mountains long ago to marry a deity known as Flan, the god of flame. The coastal settlement holding the Blue Church is officially called Hyde's Tower of Flame. The sinking architecture heavily resembles the golden arches of the ancient Sun City. Flan and Guinevere likely constructed this bright settlement as their new safe haven. The loyal captain simply tracked his princess across the ocean to resume his sworn guard duties. If the loyal captain successfully found his princess, we must explain why he suddenly casts hexes. A prolonged stay in this cursed land likely broke his spirit completely. As the centuries bled away, the captain slowly lost track of his royal charge. Without his life's purpose to keep him moving, a heavy depression invited the creeping void directly into his heart. Alternatively, a violent conflict forced the shadow upon him. The shattered stone pillars scattered across the flooded city prove a massive war occurred on the coastline. The captain might have clashed directly with the Dark Queen Nashandra to buy the princess enough time to escape across the sea. This brutal, desperate fight against pure shadow infected him permanently, turning his armor black. The strongest piece of physical evidence supporting his true identity lies in the essence he leaves behind upon defeat. Even though the corrupted warrior attacks the wanderer entirely with dark magic, a skilled blacksmith can forge his dropped soul into a physical weapon. The resulting metal spear sparks with brilliant yellow electricity. It is the exact same lightning weapon forged from the Golden Captain's soul in the ancient mountains, proving the same heartbeats inside both suits of armor. The loyal captain tracking his princess to a flooded coastline relies on a massive assumption. He believed Guinevere actually traveled there. In reality, her final destination remains a closely guarded historical secret. To find the true Princess of Sunlight, we must leave the ocean behind and walk into the corrupted halls of a different sanctuary. Deep inside the Cathedral of the Deep, heavy iron gates protect a dusty bedchamber. A silent woman rests on the mattress. Her followers call her Rosaria, the mother of rebirth. She commands a faction of assassins who invade foreign lands to cut out the tongues of their victims. They bring these bloody trophies back to their speechless master. Let us examine a fascinating puzzle regarding her severed speech by looking at the oldest generation of royals, A magical ring designed to hide a person's physical presence contains a vital clue about her past. The metal band states Rosaria lost her voice because her own firstborn child forcefully cut out her tongue. She waits patiently for this child to return the stolen flesh. If we look at the royal family tree, the Lord of Sunlight had a powerful firstborn son. We know this son as the banished, nameless king. Accepted history claims his father exiled him for allying with the ancient dragons. Perhaps the timeline hides a darker domestic dispute. The mute goddess clearly aligns with dark magic. She actively encourages murder and collects human organs. The royal son might have discovered his mother's cruel obsession with the dark long before his exile. He struck her down to protect his family and severed her tongue as a harsh penalty. The resulting fallout provides beautiful poetic justice. The son stole his mother's ability to speak. In retaliation, the ruling deities erased his identity completely. They removed his name from all ledgers, ensuring no one could ever speak of him again. This suggests the silent woman on the bed might actually be the wife of Gwyn. We can also look down the bloodline at the youngest generation. Some historians argue the silent woman is actually Gertrude. This holy maiden lived as the direct daughter of Guinevere. A traveler exploring the highest floors of the royal archives will find a massive bird cage meant for a human prisoner. The iron bars enclosing this prison look exactly like the metal gates protecting Rosaria's bedroom. A dead body slumps on the floor of the cage. A casual observer might assume Gertrude died in that trap. Yet the iron door hangs wide open. The maiden easily could have escaped the archives, leaving a dead guard behind in her place. She might have traveled to the flooded church to assume a new identity. The magical text heavily supports this escape. Gertrude teaches knights a specific spell of light. The soul of the silent mother creates an overwhelmingly powerful version of that exact same magic. Both women share the trait of absolute silence. Bizarre worm-like creatures known as man-grubs crawl near the empty bird cage, and a massive swarm of these exact same beasts guard the silent mother's bedroom. However, a major contradiction breaks this theory apart. Religious texts clearly state Gertrude lost her voice and her eyesight because a blinding angel visited her cell. She did not lose her speech to a violent firstborn child. A different historian offers a cleaner explanation for the physical evidence. If the silent mother is actually Guinevere, she might have sent a loyal man grub up to the archives to check on her imprisoned daughter. Furthermore, the small, deformed grub the mother constantly hugs in her bed might be Gertrude herself, physically reborn into a monster. The most compelling evidence points squarely at the silent mother being the princess of sunlight herself. Her transposed soul creates the miracle known as bountiful sunlight. Only the true sun princess possessed the authority to grant this specific magic. She operated as the ultimate symbol of maternal love, matching the title of the mother of rebirth flawlessly. To understand her fate, we must examine a masked assassin named Leonhard. This killer hides his face to cover massive burn scars suffered during his youth. He originally traveled to the flooded church, seeking a new, unblemished body. Instead of requesting a transformation, he pledged his absolute loyalty to the silent goddess. He decided to serve as her sworn protector. Despite his oath, Leonhard eventually drives his blade into her chest. He steals her soul and flees the church. A warrior tracking this murderer will follow his bloody trail all the way back to the ancient mountains. Leonhard retreats directly into the old bedroom of Princess Guinevere. When the champion confronts him there, the assassin laughs bitterly. He mocks the traveler, calling them a vicious beast. He explains that he always knew the champion's greedy intentions. He accuses the intruder of wanting to violate his lady's soul as well. This dialogue reveals the assassin's fractured mind. Leonhard truly believed he was saving his goddess. The endless cycle of rebirth requires heavy physical tolls. The other assassins constantly used her body to change their own shapes. Leonhard viewed this process as a disgusting exploitation of a pure being. He killed her to stop the abuse. He insists the traveler wants to ravage her soul, just like the others ravaged her flesh. By carrying her essence directly into the ancient sun chamber, the crazed knight planned to reconstruct the original princess of sunlight, permanently freeing her from the dirt and the dark. To understand how fallen heroes constantly return to the battlefield, we must study the bizarre nature of reality itself. Solaire of Astora once tried to explain this temporal anomaly to a wandering traveler. He explained that the flow of time operated as a tangled mess. He noted how ancient champions constantly fade in and out of existence. However, older linguistic texts suggest a completely different translation for this magical phenomenon. Instead of acting as a complicated web, time simply sits completely still. It stagnates like dirty water. This frozen clock forces the world to repeat the exact same tragic cycle infinitely. This stagnation perfectly explains why slaughtered enemies always return to their feet after a warrior rests at a fire. Inside this frozen loop walks the Knight of Sunlight. He willingly abandoned a comfortable life to become an undead wanderer, searching endlessly for a personal star to call his own. Solaire built a massive reputation across the continent, yet he commands immense respect while carrying completely ordinary gear. His chainmail and iron shield possess absolutely no magical properties. His unmatched skill in combat comes purely from endless physical conditioning, because he achieves so much power using such basic equipment. Historians constantly try to elevate his bloodline. A prominent legend claims Solaire secretly belongs to the ruling family, argue he is the banished firstborn of the Lord of Sunlight, the deity currently known as the Nameless King. We can find physical evidence linking these two warriors by looking at their wrists. Solaire wears thick iron bracelets. The metal markings state these bands belonged to a solar knight from an older era. The Nameless King wears identical golden bands on his arms. Wrist jewelry remains exceptionally rare among the royalty. We only see 3 figures wearing such items. The original Lord of Sunlight wears thick bands. A skeletal conqueror named High Lord Walnir also wears 3 golden rings. Walnir specifically stole his jewelry after slaughtering holy clerics who worshipped the ruling gods. Therefore, heavy metal bracelets heavily imply a direct tie to the golden lineage. Furthermore, both warriors command heavy lightning magic. Solaire casts electric spears tied directly to his sun-worshipping religion. Finally, the sky above the Nameless King's mountain peak shines with a brilliant, unyielding light. This bright sky might be the exact personal sun the Astoran knight spent his entire life chasing. If we reject a royal bloodline, we must examine a far darker outcome. Solaire desperately sought a guiding light. He confessed to a passing traveler that he failed to find a personal sun inside the bright royal city, or the poisoned swamp below it. He wondered whether he should search the burning ruins of Izalith or the pitch-black tombs deep underground. He ultimately found a light source near the burning roots, but it brought only tragedy. A glowing bug known as a sunlight maggot attached itself directly to his face. Ancient biology texts document this insect as a foul parasite that somehow sustains its own life without moving. A horrifying rumor suggests this bug permanently merged with Solaire. Because the insect requires a living host, it constantly fed Solaire energy to keep them both breathing. Over countless centuries, the fused pair mutated completely. They transformed into a massive beast called the Karthus sandworm. Travelers encounter this giant worm splashing through the smoldering lake. This fiery cavern sits directly next to the ruins of Izalith, making a geographical migration entirely plausible. When warriors slay the beast, it drops a heavy bone belonging to an undead champion. A bird living on a high roof also trades pieces of Solaire's exact armor, leaving no physical body behind. This lack of a corpse fuels the monstrous theory. However, a common medical item shatters this legend entirely. Desert guards carry a yellow pill to cure magical ailments. The historical notes attached to this medicine explain the worm's true origin. The desert warriors chased the beast out of their sandy catacombs long ago. The monster simply fell down a deep hole and claimed the burning lake as a new home. The worm originated in the dry desert, holding absolutely no connection to Solaire. Additionally, the worm drops a heavy lightning spell that specifically instructs users to stab dragons rather than throw the magic. This spell directly links the beast to the nameless king's followers, rather than the Astoran knight. A much warmer rumor claims Solaire retired from warfare to become a traveling cook. Warriors exploring the distant castles of Lothric frequently stumble upon cauldrons of hot soup boiling over campfires. They always discover golden medals of the Sun Covenant resting right beside the bowls. Yet, a cheerful knight from Katarina takes full credit for these meals. Sigurd joyfully asks passing wanderers to join him for dinner, proudly explaining that he has a fresh batch of soup cooking on the flames. He likely drops the golden medals near the bowls, simply to honor a shared friend. All these wildly different stories exist purely because Solaire's final destination remains a complete mystery. The grand architects of reality built a hidden path for his survival. If a fast-acting champion kills the glowing bug before it touches the knight, Solaire keeps his sanity intact. He eventually walks to the original kiln and burns his own body to fuel the dying sun. Yet, the harsh rules of the earth heavily push him toward the parasite and total madness. Both paths exist simultaneously because the stagnant clock allows countless possibilities to overlap. Historians will never stop debating the true destiny of the sun's most loyal knight. Stagnant time ruins the minds of mighty knights, but it also rots the brains of ordinary citizens. We can witness this mental decay by observing a simple scavenger resting on a high balcony inside the undead Borg. He survives entirely by stripping armor off fallen travelers and selling the stolen goods. He clearly suffers from severe madness. He spends his days gently stroking a shattered barrel sitting right beside his mat. He talks entirely to empty space. He speaks directly to an invisible companion named Yulia. He openly brags about her beauty. He asks the empty air to reassure him that she would never abandon his side. We must decipher the true identity of this hidden partner. When a warrior approaches his shop, the scavenger issues a strict warning. He tells the buyer to watch their hands closely because his sweet companion might bite their fingers off. This specific threat leads many to believe he keeps an invisible dog. Other fighters argue the name actually belongs to his weapon. If a champion strikes this merchant down, he drops a slender sword from the east and cries out Yulia's name with his final breath. However, a person rarely pets a sharp blade down at knee height. A different theory points toward the wet aqueducts bridging the cliffside. A female merchant sits locked behind iron bars down in the water tunnel. Perhaps she previously lived as his romantic partner. She might have escaped his balcony and trapped herself in the sewers for safety. His question about her leaving might actually serve as a bitter threat aimed at her runaway lover. To find stronger evidence, we must look closer at the broken wood sitting beside him. This scavenger holds a bizarre obsession with heavy casks. He sells a specific brass key that opens a sealed residence nearby. Inside this locked building, an explorer finds a large pile of wooden containers. A magic teacher named Griggs sits trapped inside one of them. More disturbingly, several dead scavengers rot inside the surrounding wood. This points to a dark daily habit. The merchant likely murders his competition and stuffs their bodies into his personal collection of barrels. This grim hobby connects directly to the damp tunnels below the city. Large figures wearing sacks over their heads chop meat in the deep sewers. A traveler will find another magic user named Laurentius trapped inside a heavy cask right near their bloody tables. Laurentius warmly thanks his rescuer, explaining that the cooks planned to eat him alive. Official ledgers confirm these large cooks are entirely female. Yet, they do not consume the flesh they chop. They dump the butchered meat down a dark shaft to feed a giant rat living below. Laurentius might have feared the rodent. Alternatively, a swamp woman named Maynader Mildred frequently wanders the tunnels hunting for fresh victims. Laurentius could have been running from her endless hunger. Regardless of who planned to eat him, the female cooks share the merchant's exact habit of trapping men in wood. Yulia might be one of these large women. She could also simply be a victim waiting to be chopped. A wild rumor attempts to link the missing companion to the poisoned swamp far below the sewers. A giant wheel spins constantly to move wooden platforms through the mud. A single fire-breathing hound runs on a plank near the machinery. Some claim this trapped beast is the runaway Yulia. Yet, curious hunters who shoot the hound from a distance report a strange fact. The massive wheel keeps turning completely on its own magic. The dog simply runs beside it, serving no purpose. We must consult the oldest written records of the city to solve this puzzle. The official historical archives detailing the residents state a harsh fact. The scavenger pets his companion constantly, but she holds absolutely no physical form. No one else can see her. The invisible dog, the runaway woman, and the secret butcher do not exist. The man simply stares at a broken piece of wood and talks to a ghost born from his own sick brain. The madness of a solitary scavenger feels incredibly small when compared to the forbidden secrets buried at the absolute bottom of the world. To understand the deepest physical layer of history, a traveler must descend toward a hidden body of water known as Ash Lake, right before a wanderer reaches those silent, sandy shores. They must navigate the pitch-black ledges of the Tomb of the Giants. Inside this lightless cavern, a broken mind attempted to rewrite the laws of mortality completely. A desperate father wanted to pull his deceased wife and child back into the living world. He stole a sacred fire scroll called the Rite of Kindling to perform a forbidden resurrection. The ceremony failed entirely. The magic melted his family together, fusing 3 bodies into a single fleshy mass. Foreign texts describe this monster as a coat worn by 3 people. Locals simply call him Pinwheel. The fused mage currently spends his time reading thick books and dissecting bones. He desperately tries to find a surgical method to separate his wife and child from his own ribs. These endless experiments fail constantly, producing only hollow clones of his own face to light the dark room. The stolen fire scroll grants a person the ability to feed raw bones to a bonfire, drastically increasing its heat. The church assumes grave Lord Nito still holds this item. A cynical, holy man named Petrus watches a young cleric named Ree walk into the tunnels to retrieve it. He pities the girl. He views her task as a heavy burden, fully aware she marches straight toward a nest of death. She steps into the shadows, expecting to find the scroll resting in the master's hands, entirely unaware the fused mage stole it long ago. Pinwheel hides far underground to avoid the wrath of his former leader. He originally served the Lord of the Graves. To join Nito's inner circle, a recruit must sever all ties with their living family. The father likely sacrificed his wife and child to prove his absolute loyalty. Crushing guilt soon followed, pushing him to steal the scroll and rebel against the church. Despite his betrayal, Pinwheel maintains a complete obsession with the first of the dead. When a champion steps into his hideout, the 3-faced mage is busy attaching a curved blade of iron to a skeleton's arm. He actively tries to build a mechanical replica of his towering former master. This bizarre surgical laboratory occupies a strange space. Pinwheel literally lives inside an enormous wooden box. His room acts as a giant coffin, marking the entrance to the giant's graveyard. The skeletons roaming these cliffs grow to massive proportions, naturally requiring huge beds of stone. We must ask who originally filled these boxes. We know the lava-leaking demon above the burning ruins grew large due to chaotic mutations. Yet these underground containers belonged to standard humanoids. We find matching large graves scattered across distant lands. A giant box of stone rests openly in the sunlit cemetery of ash. Some historians assume this container held the corrupted cleric, Aldrich. However, a traveling knight named Anri explains that Aldrich rested inside the flooded Cathedral of the Deep, even though explorers later found his sanctuary completely empty. Other scholars suggest the sunlit graveyard holds the casket of Yorm the Giant. They believe workers dragged his heavy box all the way from the underground, pitch up to the surface. Geography ruins this idea, as the physical distance spans entire continents. Early architectural blueprints indicate Yorm originally guarded those sunlit waking grounds before history shifted, leaving his empty box behind as a forgotten relic. The physical arrangement of these graves brings us right back to the Lord of Death. Deep in the dark, grave Lord Nito climbs out of his own massive casket. A second, completely empty box sits right next to him. A third, noticeably smaller box hides quietly in the shadows, These three distinct graves perfectly match the three members of Pinwheel's ruined family. Perhaps Nito himself represents a fused entity built from three different souls. This ancient fusion might have inspired the desperate father to attempt his own ruined magic in the first place. The dark obsession with coffins finally breaks when a traveler leaves the pitch-black ledges of the giant's graveyard. Descending far below the dark earth, a wanderer suddenly emerges into a space filled with tranquil, pure light. An endless subterranean ocean known as Ash Lake stretches in all directions. Massive wooden columns shoot out of the glass like water, reaching upward to physically support the ceiling of the world. These towering pillars, known as arch trees, operate as a literal crossroads for reality. A fighter can step inside the hollowed bark of one trunk and climb straight up into the poisonous mud of the distant swamp. A completely different wooden shaft connects the burning lava ruins directly to the grassy cliffs of the main surface shrine. Ordinary merchants and clumsy knights frequently appear in highly dangerous, remote areas. A traveler might wonder how these weak citizens survive such impossible journeys. This bright underground beach provides the answer. It serves as a hidden, monster-free highway. The hollow trunks act as natural elevators, linking the entire continent together. A careful explorer will quickly notice one specific pillar breaks this perfect transit system. A single colossal tree lies completely flat across the white sand. The wood shows zero signs of rot or disease. Some massive, unseen force simply snapped the towering column in half like a dry twig. Ancient scholars maintain a fascinating belief about this ruined path. They argue this specific pillar once bridged the gap to an entirely different dimension. It supposedly connected Lordran to a distant, isolated kingdom entirely swallowed by thick fog and ruled by soul-hungry beasts. However, the ruling powers deemed that foreign realm completely incompatible with our own reality. They permanently severed the connection. The violently broken wood symbolizes this eternal separation from the Forgotten Lands. A solitary stone dragon silently watches over these quiet waters, completely ignoring the snapped tree. Further down the beach, another massive anomaly rests in the sand. An enormous skull sits alone, completely devoid of a skeletal body. Because the beach sits directly below the dark cliffs of the giant's graveyard, a traveling mapmaker deduced a highly practical origin. He figures a massive skeleton simply lost its footing in the pitch black above, tumbled down the colossal chasm, and washed ashore in the calm waters. A highly renowned historian strongly disagrees with this simple explanation. He claims the skull actually belongs to a legendary, nameless blacksmith deity who forged the first godly weapons. He builds this complicated argument using heavy forging stones. The metal chunks used by surface smiths to upgrade blades feature ancient magical carvings. These specific runes translate into an old poem describing a rough, barked wooden guardian. The verses claim this sturdy tree holds the soil together and protects the hidden fire. This historian insists the divine blacksmith physically harvested his upgrading metals directly from the bark of these holding pillars. He believes the deity died protecting his ultimate forge. While this intense deduction shows brilliant historical research, most logical minds dismiss the idea as excessive overthinking. The massive trees simply represent the fundamental anchors of the earth. They hold the physical soil aloft naturally, requiring no complicated divine intervention or hidden gods. They stand as the silent, beautiful roots of creation, offering a rare moment of peace at the absolute bottom of the world. The towering wooden pillars supporting the subterranean ocean might hide a much darker biological secret. Some historians refuse to view these massive columns as mere plants. They propose these specific shafts actually grew from the mutated flesh of the earliest giants. To understand this bizarre biological cycle, we must study the violent history of these massive brutes. Centuries ago, King Vendrick launched a heavy naval fleet across the ocean. He invaded the distant homeland of the giants, slaughtered their defenders, and stole a highly guarded magical artifact. Seeking brutal revenge, the surviving giants crossed the sea and laid waste to the walls of Drangleic Castle. The invaders who marched on the kingdom looked absolutely horrifying. Instead of regular facial features, a massive, gaping hole consumed the center of their heads. Their skin felt rough and stiff, matching the exact texture of tree bark. This strange anatomy directly contradicts older historical records. The massive guards patrolling the ancient mountains of Lordran possessed normal faces. The towering ruler known as Yorm also hid a proper face beneath his chainmail hood. Furthermore, if a traveler uses magic to view the ancient memories of the Drangleic siege, they can discover a burned giant corpse buried in the castle rubble. This specific fallen warrior possesses a full mouth of teeth and open eyes. We must ask why certain giants have faces while others do not. A dedicated sect of scholars argues the faceless invaders were never flesh and blood. They believe the giants' homeland suffered heavily from the rotting undead sickness. To escape this fate, the massive beings pulled their own souls out of their bodies. They shoved their spirits into heavy shells crafted from mud, clay, and stone. These earthen constructs granted them complete immortality. We observe identical magic inside the burning iron of the smelter demon, a completely faceless metal guardian given life through an artificial soul. This magical transference perfectly explains Vendrick's naval invasion. He crossed the ocean specifically to steal the ashen mist heart. He brought this prize home to build his own army of stone constructs, desperately hoping the research would cure the sickness infecting his own citizens. When these giant clay shells finally break in combat, their contained spirits return directly to the earth. The energy immediately sprouts into heavy timber. Ancient botany texts describe this exact process. Scholars studying seeds dropped by fallen giants note that passing away does not end their existence. The massive creatures simply enter an endless cycle of earthly rebirth. A rival group of historians rejects the mud construct idea completely. They claim the faceless brutes are genuine flesh, ruined entirely by the rotting curse. The sickness simply eats their facial features and hardens their skin into solid wood. We know the curse turns ordinary human citizens into stiff trees across the outer walls of Lothric. Therefore, massive brutes would naturally suffer the same wooden fate. We see proof of this decay in Yorm's royal clothing. He wears a heavy cloak completely identical to the garments worn by the faceless giant lord who attacked Drangleic, proving they belong to the exact same species at different stages of decay. If infected giants naturally transform into timber, Yorm's final resting place presents a massive contradiction. His loyal followers buried him inside a heavy stone box. He did not sprout into a tree upon his death. However, a cryptic warning carved into the floor right before his throne offers a clue. The writing claims a raging storm alone possesses the strength to chop down a great wood. This specific phrasing implies Yorm somehow resisted his natural wooden destiny. Perhaps only the most heavily corrupted beings, like the massive rotting tree worshipped by the peasants in the undead settlement, suffer the eternal wooden curse. We can trace this cycle of wood and flesh all the way back to the dawn of fire. Before the Golden Lords claimed the sun, immortal beasts ruled the skies above massive wooden pillars. During this ancient era, the giant skeletons buried in the dark catacombs likely marched down to the sandy shores of Ash Lake. They planted their massive feet in the shallow water and permanently hardened into the arch trees. Furthermore, the royal researcher Aldea spent years trying to clone the immortal flying dragons. He successfully built these winged beasts by feeding them the heavy souls of giants. This biological success proves the flying beasts of the sky and the massive walking beings of the earth share an identical ancient spirit. We just established the deep connection between the massive earthly brutes and the flying beasts of the sky. A strange monument resting on the coastal cliffs of Magilla offers another piece of this puzzle. A tall stone obelisk stands near the crashing waves. Anyone attempting to read the carved letters will only find heavily weathered scratches. The stone appears completely illegible to the naked eye. However, traveling scholars managed to uncover an old translated copy of this text written in a distant dialect. This specific parchment clearly states that the giants crossed the ocean simply to return to their original home. We must carefully consider what this homecoming actually means. It might serve as a solemn memorial for the warriors who died on the foreign battlefield, sinking back into the soil through death. A prominent thinker uses this text to argue the invaders actually intended to reclaim their original winged shapes. We remember the quiet guide Shanalot openly declaring she was born from dragons. She might be the direct result of the royal scholar twisting these massive spirits to recreate the flying beasts. A tiny detail hidden inside a botanical item weakens this dragon theory considerably. The heavy seed dropped by a fallen giant asks a vital question about those who exist completely outside the cycle of rebirth. The ancient beasts of the sky possess absolute immortality. This immunity to death places them entirely outside the natural loop of decay and growth. Therefore, the heavy wooden pillars supporting the earth might simply be waiting patiently to reclaim all fallen creatures into their roots. Other historians expand this idea to include every single living creature on the continent. They believe the massive brutes hold no special monopoly on the wood. All decaying beings eventually turn into timber. When a human loses their mind and their flesh begins to rot, thick veins resembling tree roots grow directly over their heart. The mindless peasants in the distant settlements slowly morph into stiff trunks. When a mortal fully loses their humanity, they simply become a seed for a new era. Our bodies are essentially walking roots, waiting to find fresh soil. Explorers mapping the poison swamp far below the ancient mountains discovered one of these original pillars. They named it the Great Hollow. On a purely physical level, the name describes a giant, empty shaft of wood. On a deeper level, it perfectly symbolizes the total loss of a human soul. Every living creature is originally destined to grow into a towering pillar. The sudden birth of the first fire violently interrupted this natural biology. The heat created normal human bodies, but it also birthed the creeping shadow and its raging father. If the fading sun finally dies and the flames extinguish completely, the shadows might vanish as well. The world could easily revert to its original state. The earth would sit covered entirely by gray waters and dominated by endless wooden columns. Despite the heavy biological implications of the translated parchment, we must examine the actual magic of the coastal monument. Dedicated cartographers spent years studying the energy bound to that specific stone obelisk. They discovered the rock acts as a mystical compass. Whenever an uncharted, forbidden territory suddenly opens its borders, the weathered scratches temporarily shift into clear, readable riddles. These clues point curious travelers toward the newly discovered lands. After a short period of time, the magic fades, and the letters return to useless scratches. Historians argue the strange foreign translation mentioning the giants returning home was nothing more than a clumsy mistake made by a confused scribe. This archivist likely rushed his work while testing the magical shifts of the stone during an early exploration period. Yet, even a flawed manuscript requires an original thought. The scribe must have drawn his mistranslation from a hidden piece of actual history. Even a simple error might contain one final, fascinating piece of a forgotten truth. And with that, my dear champion, I must finally conclude this telling. The histories we share are still quite long, mind you. Yet our candle is slowly embering down to a flicker, and you truly need to get your proper rest. These hidden stories can safely wait for another night to unfold. So remain here, close your heavy eyes, and let the beautiful dreams come in to heal you. For whatever challenge comes next on your journey, you absolutely must be ready. Find your quiet peace, lay down your armor, and rest well.